conceited. Feeling myself, I'm conceited. I'm so sorry. I had to fucking... I drank coffee while I was making dinner because I was sleepy. And now I'm regretting it because I had to shit so bad. But hi everyone. Hi Ducky. Hi Jay. Thank you for the first. Hi Nick. Hi Gore. I'm a bitch. I'm already rich. I'm just looking for that. Yeah, I drank coffee and now I'm shitting. Hi Black Queens. How are you? Oh, I love that dance emote. It's so cute. Well, so do I. Coffee runs. Yeah, I shat before I started stream and I was like, we're all good. And then literally as soon as I push start stream, I had to shit again. So, beep beep bitch, I'm outside. Get in loser for the shit ride. But we're all good now. How are y'all? How are y'all? Hi Gans. I'm doing pretty good. I made curry for dinner. It was delicious. Drank a coffee while I made dinner. That was a mistake. I'm taking my meds. Chat, remember to take your meds. Take your meds. Come on, chat. Come on. Take your meds, chat. Take your meds. I'm not asking. I'm telling you. Take your meds, chat. Jesus Christ. I run the right to be like this. Ugh. I just made chicken curry. It's a Japanese chicken curry. Beep beep. Oh, I just dropped my Taco Bell cup. Oh god. Oh god, I'm just dropping everything. Take meds when I wake up and right before bed. Good, 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 good. As long as the meds have been taken, I am happy. I'm gonna move my... I'm a bitch. Alright, there we go. I'm a bitch. But are we having a good day? I just want to get some more shinies, but if for whatever reason I just wear myself out on this game, we might play some Dress to Impress. Butter chicken? Yeah, butter chicken's fucking delicious. Hi, Third Word! How are you? Yeah, no, butter chicken's fucking banger, actually. So I'm reloading into my session that I was doing last night. Hello? I gotta pull up my type chart again because I'm really bad at that. No, I start to feel wonderful. Soaking up the Sunday chill before the Monday grind. See, Mondays are my Fridays because they're Gore's Fridays. So today is getting closer to the weekend for me, which makes me a happy baby. Damn. You fucking fuck. You fucking fuck. But yeah, no, my butthole hurts, chat. Just thought you'd like to know that. But my butthole hurts. That coffee has me fighting for my fucking life, gang. Thank you for sharing. Oh, you are so welcome, gang. I do nothing if not sharing. We really appreciate your transparency. I'm so glad you do, because I feel like there are people out there that don't want to hear my thoughts. And it kind of hurts my feelings, if I'm honest with you. I kind of like my thoughts being out there. And the fact that people won't let me share my thoughts is a little hurtful. Ow, you piece of shit. Alright. We rely on you to get our local butthole updates. I mean, good. As you should. I think. God damn it, Chestnut. Look, if I can't tell you about my butthole, who can? Hi, Amatsu! How are you? Pew pew. How are you? I'm good. Took a fat shit. You know the vibe. Every degenerate follow-up I feel my body ache and I press delete. That's probably for the best, yeah. Oh shit, I'm out of money. Fuck. God, what the fuck was I doing last night? Throwing down in this kitchen? Ooh, fuck yeah, what you making? We love throwing down in the kitchen. And if I said I fuck your mother. Sorry. Is chat cooked? I'm cooked, gang. I don't know what's wrong with me. Can always come around. Don't you sit with me for just a little while? I mean, what's wrong? Homemade ravioli? Mmm. Give me all your love. Ooh. Give me all you got tonight. Man, I love this song. I have not listened to it in a minute, though. Feel your love. Oh. Bum, 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 bum. I was gonna head to the church tonight, but I open tomorrow. Oh, no. That's the worst. Man, I have not gone to the church in quite some time. Doesn't fit with you. Probably because I'm a mom. Should I let Bunny take a nap? She's trying to curl up. If you do, only let her take a nap for like an hour. You fucker. Bunny gets what Bunny wants. Yeah, until it means that I can't fucking go to bed because it's 2 a.m. and she's awake. Luckily, tomorrow's Gore's Friday, so... Give me all your love. Yeah, Bonnie can take a nap as long as she wants, but I am not gonna, sit here when I get off stream and fight with her. Alright. But gang, how are we doing today? I feel like, yesterday I checked in with y'all. But, you know, life gets busy, things get in the way. Also, when I checked in with y'all yesterday, I was giving y'all a bunch of, like, information on shit. That has yet to really occur. So now I'm like, shit. Because I gave you all this information on stuff. But like, none of it's gonna happen for a while. So, you know. I really fucking hate this, actually. just mean like I was telling y'all a lot of information, and it's good information. However, you know. It'll come back round. I've been a nasty girl, nasty. I've been a nasty girl, nasty. Nasty, I've been a nasty, nasty, nasty. Somebody gonna match my freak? Now my Sawsbuck fucking pulling it out. Keep on coming back. Alright. God, that mix of emotes is wild. But yeah, no, I made so much food for dinner. It was delicious. Ooh, I want you. I would like you. I would like you. You want to come with me? Yay. Gonna get rid of Cottony. I made curry. I made chicken curry. And it was delicious. I love chicken curry. When I was pregnant, it was like the only thing Bunny would let me eat. So there was a little bit of time there where I was kind of sick of it, but it's 100% worth it. Pupitar, Damn. I've got a lot of grass types. Damn. Fucking Haxorus. See, this is why I'm trying to find a good psychic. But we're kind of fighting for our lives here. Not psychic, fairy. Yeah, for the dragons. Would you let me go? You let me go. Why won't you let me run? Yeah, fairy type. I had one, but like she wasn't really doing what I needed her to do. If you catch my drift. So, dragons are also good against dragons. That's true. That's true. You're right. I put curry powder in ramen. Oh, that's a good idea. I've never even thought about that. Honestly, I should try that at some point. I've never even thought about it. Aww. Oh, apparently I did not have one of those. Good to know. What can I do to someone else? Why don't you let me go? Why don't you let me now? Ow, you son of a fucking bitch. He's only good for double battles. Is he really? I did not really know that. I don't really... I don't play much with Scarby Pokemon because I don't really care for Scarby. Ow, Altaria. Mega Altaria is Dragon Fairy. I don't have a Mega Band, so... While that is good information to know, it's not going to be enough. Give you Mile, give you Mile. Ooh. I don't think I have one of you. Don't be a bitch. Oh my god. Is that the world's best dog girl? Hell yeah, I am. Okay, good. I didn't have a Dracloak, so I wanted to go ahead and grab one. Won't you let me now? I know what I just did. Don't freak out on me, chat. Fucking Claire. They cooked a tiny bit. If it was in a different engine, had better graphics and a different... Yeah, look. We're supposed to get news about Za today. And I'm really hoping that comes soon. Ducky... Y'all can't see this, but Ducky is sending me the fucking, Ducky's sending me the fucking, did you know Vaporeon thing? Copy pasta in my chat right now. In my Steam chat right now. Supposedly we're supposed to get... Damn. Supposedly we're supposed to get news soon. Yeah, it's not confirmed news, but yeah, there's supposed to be a big announcement after the tournament today. So I'm kind of just waiting on the tournament. Yeah, it's probably gonna be Za related. I'm really hoping it is Za related. Because, I thought we were talking about pizza? No, I'm talking about the new Pokemon game, you weirdo. I'm okay if I lose this. I'm gonna be so real with y'all. I have Zap Cannon. And I completely forgot about it. I had pizza for lunch. Oh, well that's... I mean, that's good. I don't know. What did I have for lunch? I think I also had pizza for lunch, honestly. Sawsbuck was actually pretty goated. It was kind of nice to have Nose Pass too, honestly. But I want to catch more shinies, so we're not gonna go with the ones I already know. Who's that fucking match? Yeah, you're coming with me, forever and always, because you are my baby. Piss Pass? Yeah, Piss Pass! Man, I love myself some Piss Pass. Let's see, what else can we use? I do love myself a Frou-Frou. It'd probably be good to have a grass type, so I might bring Fomantis with us, because I do love him. Look at that, my little Halloween boy, pin urchin. Ugh. Let's see. Oh yeah, I forgot I hatched this guy yesterday. Pickle chip is better than nose pass? Yeah, I know, but still. Pokemon pepperoni and Pokemon pineapple. Pineapple. I can't eat pepperonis. I'm allergic to pork. I'll take you with me because I love you. We're running a cutie team. Oh goodness. Me nothing. Can't nobody tell me nothing. Alright. That should be good. See, for a woman who loves Pokemon as much as I love Pokemon, I really don't know that much about Pokemon. Is this Darwin? No. No, it's that fucking country kid. I forgot his name. It's the kid that the kid that went viral like years ago for singing in a Walmart. I forgot his name. What the fuck is that kid's name? Whatever. It's not important. I'm being ridiculous. Lost all my pay. Ramsey? Yes, you're correct. Fucked up. I was wasted. Midsummer madness. I can't take it no more. Yeah, Walmart yodeling kid. Thank you, Gore. You're the best. Fucked up. Alright, there we go. Alright, let's do it. That's unfortunate. I wasn't expecting a Poplio. Damn. That was unfortunate for me. I know you love Poplio, Gore. You adore Poplio. I hope... Look. I want to know what Pokemon they're gonna give us as starters for Za. Because I know they're gonna have, I know they're gonna have their own regional types, like Arceus did. More likely than not. And I really want to know what those look like. I really hope there's something I really like, because it's very rare for me to, like, love a starter. Like, there are a lot of starters that I'm like, yeah, this is fine. But, like, for me to have a starter where I'm like, I am obsessed with you is, like, super rare. And I would love to have a starter that I was just absolutely obsessed with for once. I think it would be really nice. Alright, hold on, we gotta max out our PP size. Really? Quaxley? You loved Quaxley that much? Yeah, like, Hisuian Typhlosion was so good. I think the last starter Pokemon I was, like, in love with was probably Rowlet. Probably Rowlet. And if it's not Rowlet, then it was, Trico. But even then, like, I really like Trico. I wouldn't consider myself, like, obsessed with Trico. You know what I mean? Alright. Easy win. What gave it away? I don't know, maybe the when I met you in person and you were wearing the whole Quaxley cosplay, which was sick as fuck, by the way. God, I want to meet more people in person. I know I say this all the time, but, like, I really do. I was very nervous about that convention and, like, how people would take me. And how people would, like, react to me. But, like, I don't know, like, I really want to do it again. I had a lot of fun. Rella stole my heart when I played Moon. I planned on going Poplio since my friend chose the other two, but when Rella did it spin, my heart melted. Yeah, that's pretty much what happened with me. Weird, talking about it now, because I'm, like, huge into fucking, clowns. But at the time, I was like, ew, weird clown Pokemon. We're going to KimochiCon next. I don't know anything about KimochiCon. I don't think I've even heard of it. What do you mean never WeebCon again? I had a lot of fun at WeebCon. But also, in my defense, when I was at WeebCon, I just kind of hung out. I didn't really do anything, like, crazy. So, all the con stuff wasn't good? Oh, that's such a bummer. Because I had a really good time. You wanna come with me? Really wish you didn't just do all of what you just did, but it's fine. Yeah, I took Meryl just because for the double typing with Fairy, but I'm now realizing that that probably wasn't very necessary. As far as staff and planning, the Instagram account was roasting people who complained. Were they really? I didn't see that at all. That's like a huge bummer. Not the safest place either. What happened? God, I like really had no idea what the fuck was going on, I guess. Azumarill is really good if it has huge power. I don't know if this guy does. I'll have to check. No, this one's thick fat. Someone was giving out spiked G Fuel. What the fuck? I didn't even hear about any of this. To be fair, I went one day. We went 2 days technically, but the first day we went, it was like near the end of the day. So like, we didn't like do a whole lot. You won't know until it evolves. Well, it's evolving. The fact that they didn't security check. Yeah, that's fucking wild. But yeah, no, that's absolutely fucking crazy. I did not hear about any of that. That's such a bummer. I had such a good time. But I guess it's easy to have a good time when you have no idea about any of the other shit that's going on. They didn't have free water station. I did notice that, but that's not uncommon, unfortunately. Like, I hate to admit it, but like, that's not super uncommon. I've been to a lot of conventions that don't have water stations. It's unfortunate, I think, especially in Texas. you should. But it's not an uncommon thing to see. I'm actually trying to think if I've ever been to a convention that's had free water. Though to be fair, I usually just go to the same, like, handful of conventions. Not the dark. I'm not running, running, running. No, I'm not afraid of the fall. Them selling tickets and raffle spots and then changing what they did after people bought them without... That's... yeah. See, I didn't hear about any of that. I went very last minute. Like, I knew what was happening, but I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to go. I don't know. And then I kind of decided, like, last second that I was gonna go. Yeah, I think every convention I've been to as well has either sold the drinks or like you were expected to like buy them from like a local restaurant or something. We bought VIP for Uwu Market. On the site, they promised all this line skipping stuff and a lounge and a pass to the VTuber rave, and it just didn't happen. The lounge was terrible, and people running the lines weren't told about the VIP pass perks, and we got... Well, hey, at least you got the money back, because what the fuck? I'd be pissed as fuck if I didn't get my money back. Yeah, so I think... I'm gonna be real with you. I think there was a problem when it came to the VTuber stuff. Specifically because I think WeebCon really underestimated how popular that was gonna be. I think they just severely underestimated like how popular that whole section was gonna end up being. Because I remember when I was walking around in there thinking like, there's not a lot of space in here, just in general. And then when I saw like the lines for the meet and greets, I was like, yeah, I don't think they thought that these were gonna be as popular as they ended up being. Which is honestly just a big, like, what the fuck on them. Because, like, if you're gonna be inviting people to your convention, you need to at least know, like, what's popular and what's not. They definitely did not give it enough space, or as much space as it needed. That's an excuse because the same thing happened last year. Did they do VTuber stuff last year too? See, I didn't know about that. I don't know, I just feel like it's your job as the people running the convention to know what's gonna be popular and what's not gonna be popular. You don't think there's enough space? There was way less last year. That's fucking ridiculous. Like, I was like, wow, it's just nice to have, like, space in general for VTubers. I feel like a lot of places wouldn't have done that. But it definitely wasn't a lot of space. Like, I had to come in and out of there a couple of times. Just because, like, it was just too much for me, like, being around that many people. It was kind of, like, really overwhelming from time to time. So, like, I had to go in and, like, look around and then, like, leave and then come back to actually, like, get a closer look at things. I didn't mean to do that. You couldn't even get around the space because the VTuber lines took up the whole area in a winding line. Jesus. That is frustrating. You got in line to meet a specific person, the meet and greet time for them would have been over before you got there. Yeah, that's frustrating. I know that they have conventions specifically for VTubers now, and a part of me kind of wants to go to one of those. I'm just not sure how many of those like exist in like the Texas area. We got in line for Tricky and I ended up meeting Bat. What the fuck? How does that even happen? Huh? Steel types are immune to poison. Yes. She did her own with Cinder. Oh, that's really nice of her, actually. I love when people are able to be like, hey, this isn't gonna work. But at the same time, like, it shouldn't be up to the individual VTubers to, like, be in charge of all that. You know what I mean? Next, I want to meet VTubers next time we go. Yeah, the only reason we went, okay, I'm gonna out Gore right now. The only reason we went was because Gore wanted to meet Emily Rudd. And I saw that she was gonna be there. And I was like, do you want to go to meet Emily Rudd? And Gore was like, yes. And that's the only reason we went. We went so that Gore could meet Emily Rudd. And then we get there and we get our badges. And the day we came to get our badges, she was just hanging out. Like, there weren't that many people. We got there like an hour or two before the convention, like, closed to the public. And she was just chilling there, hanging out, talking to some girls that were hanging out at her booth because, like, she didn't really have much else going on. And I was like, great, she's just hanging out. Let's go meet her today. And then tomorrow, whenever we get here, we don't even have to worry about it. Like, we'll meet her now, and then whenever we get her tomorrow, because we've already met her, it'll be super chill. And Gore wussed out last minute. Gore was like, actually, we can just meet her tomorrow. And I was like, she might be like, there might be a lot of fucking people there tomorrow. Like, she's like, her line is empty right now. Like, we can go meet her like right the fuck now. And Gore like backed off and was like, no, I think we're good. And so I never met her. And I'm so upset about it because I did want to meet her. And then the next day, I was waiting for her to like, I was gonna go stand in her line and meet her. And by the time we got there the next day and while we were wandering around, she wasn't at her booth like at all the next day while we were there. And I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Like, we could only stay for a couple hours because my mom was watching Bunny and then we had to go pick her up because we had plans that night. And I was so upset because I couldn't even actually meet her because she ended up like not really being there. And I can't say that I blame her. Like, her booth was like dead the day before. So I can't really say that I blame her for not really being there much the next day. But I was like, you gotta be fucking me right now. They had a panel that day? Yeah, I think that may have been it as well. But I was like, god damn it. Sanji's line was crazy. Yeah, I believe that, actually. The ladies love that man. And, like, don't get me wrong. I also enjoy him. I think he's a very kind man, and I follow him on social media, and I think he's got, like, he's got good aura, you know? Like, he seems very nice. Not why I was there, however. We literally went to meet Emily Rudd. That was the only reason we went. Didn't meet Emily Rudd. I was in line for Robbie Damon, and the guy who played Mihawk walked up and complimented my onesie. See, that would have killed me, because that man can get it. God, if I blow up, he's gonna hear about this. Actually, you know what? I've changed my mind. That's fine. Yeah, no, that man could absolutely get it. He's so short! Wait, is he really? Hold on. Hold on, I'm looking up how tall he is. Hold on. I didn't know! Hold on. I really want to meet Iñaki, but Iñaki doesn't really go to any of these things. At least not out here. Where is he? Where is he? Jeff Ward. There he is. How fucking tall is he? Oh no, Jeff Ward's Buggy the Clown. Wait, where is he? Not Aiden Scott, not Morgan Davies. I want to meet Morgan Davies. Morgan Davies played Kobe. I want to meet Morgan Davies. Stephen Ward. There he is. 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 Yeah. There he is. How tall is he? Wait. Oh, it doesn't show. Oh, he's South African? I didn't know that. Oh, how tall is he? Hold on. Oh, okay. His management company. Oh, he also has a model page. Wow. Oh, wow. Sorry. I'm reading his management company page right now. And it says Steven is a South African actor who is soon to be best known for his role as Mihawk in the Netflix live-action adaptation of One Piece, the best-selling manga series in history, which will be releasing later this year. Sorry, I've never seen soon to be best known. I've never seen that before. That's crazy. He's in so many other things. But yeah, soon to be best known in that. Okay, hold on. 1.79 meters to feet. He's 5'8"? That's not that short. It's shorter than me, but it's not that short. The actress for Nico Robin showed off that she's playing Nico Robin by showing off her music playlist. Did she? I haven't seen that they've announced that yet. So I don't know if I'd believe it until it gets announced, personally. This page says he is 6'3". He is not 6'3". I saw 5'8" on his managing page. Gore wants to meet McKinyu. I know that. No, Canon Wolverine short is 4'11", Gore. Hold on. I'm looking on the official One Piece live action page. One Piece. There it is. Netflix. Okay. Gonna feel me hella good, so we'll just keep on dancing. God. Somebody said Jacob got weird Riz going on, and so because of that, they like Usopp more. And I think that's really funny. Weird Riz is... Honestly, I take that as a compliment. But yeah, no, I don't know. I was just like, you gotta be fucking with me right now. The only reason we came here was to meet this woman, and then we never got to meet this woman. And then she ended up fucking killing it in Dungeon Meshi. Which became, like, my favorite anime of that year. So yeah, my feelings are a little hurt. Like, hopefully I get the opportunity to meet her again. Because I really wanted to meet her. I really, really, really wanted to meet her. Sawsbuck, do something. Sawsbuck is fighting for its fucking life right now. Blow up, start hosting interviews, schedule her. I mean, I would love to do celebrity interviews. Honestly, I think that would be so much fun. So honestly, if that would be something I would be allowed to do one day, I would absolutely do it. Waterfall is 80. Oh. That was a waste of a... My dream is to meet Colleen Klinkenbeard. Who? I don't think I've ever heard that name before. She voices so many MILFs. Fascinating. Jacob went to college with my friend? Really? Wild, actually. Girl bosses? Hold on, I'll look her up. Give me a second, I'll look her up. Alright, Sawsbuck. I'm not really sure if I have any, like, crazy, like, celebrity stories. I don't think I do, really. Oh! Hi, Dingo! Thank you for the hydrate. I kind of just... I don't know. For me, like, people are just people. Like, being in something big like that is cool. And I definitely think it makes you, like, it gives you that, like, I've had this cool experience perk. But, like, at the same time, it doesn't really make you special to me. It's just a fact of life. In my opinion. So I'm just like, I don't know, I'm that weird person that will, like, meet a celebrity and would be like, hey, yo, super cool to meet you, like, I don't give a shit. And I don't mean that in, like, a mean way. I just really don't care about that kind of stuff. I never have. Like, it's super cool that you did that cool thing. I love that for you. And I would love to talk to you more about that. However, like, it's not why, like, the rest of it's just, okay, cool. The hot night lady from Black Clover, Ezra Scarlet, Momo, Lilith, and Tannis. Ah, fascinating. How are you doing, Dingo? Your uncle is an old celebrity? My uncle just died. Let's not forget. Yeah, my uncle is an old celebrity. You're correct. My uncle also just passed away. And I met him... I don't even think I've ever met him, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Like, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think I've ever actually met him. Very few people in my family have met him, because the dude was paranoid, and I can't even say that I blame him. Is she Luffy's VA? She might be. In English? You're not a god type energy? Yeah, pretty much. I don't watch anime in English, so... And I promise I don't say that to be like, oh, I don't watch anime in English. Like, I'm just being, like, so fucking honest right now. I just don't. Like, it's nothing personal. I just don't. That was a bad idea, actually. Yeah, that was a bad idea. I watch dub because I speak English. That's fair. I only watch sub, but that's because I understand just enough Japanese to where I'm not having an awful time if I'm not paying active attention. Really the only reason I know about Emily Rudd's performance in the dub for Dungeon Meshi is just because of the fact that it like trended on the internet because it was so good. I don't know, I think both are valid. Watching it in English or Japanese. I'm just a Japanese watcher, I don't know. They're speaking a language I don't know, so it's just a bunch of different simulations. I get that. No, I get you. Reading and watching is hard. Yeah, no. I think my family's that way, because I turn on subtitles for everything, because I have really bad hearing. And so I turn on subtitles for absolutely everything. And every time I do that, it like really upsets my family for some reason. Like they hate that I do that shit. And so they always turn it off. So it's like a constant battle of turning on and off the subtitles in our house. Yeah, I agree. There are some animes that are better in sub, some animes that are better in dub. I think it definitely does just depend on, Jesus. That's nice to have. But I do definitely think it just kind of depends. We'll take the mega bracelet. The only anime I watch in English is Cyberpunk because I played the game in English. That's fair. I've not played Cyberpunk. Probably should at some point. Have not yet. I haven't played or watched it. So, you know. I know the anime is super popular though, so I probably should like get out of my ass and watch it at some point. Yeah, Full Metal Alchemist is really good in English. Bummer that Vic Mignogna's in it, but he's a good voice actor. He's just not a good man. Which is unfortunate. Kind of funny that you didn't play it. When it came out, I heard that it wasn't done. So I was like, I'll wait for them to finish it before I play. And then by the time they finished it, I didn't care anymore. Like, I really don't say that to be mean, I didn't. Oh, Yu Yu Hakusho, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, can only be watched in English. If you try and watch it in any other way, I'm coming to find you. Cause, like, you're a fool. I've not watched Dragon Ball Z, so I can't talk on that one. Natsu, it was nice to see you again. It's been a little bit. What if I read it instead? I actually recommend reading all anime instead of watching it, but that's just me personally. Look into Komochi-chan? I will, I will. There you go, Aerodactyl. Okay, there we go. Oh right, grass is strong against water. I'm a dumbass. Anyways, Gore, don't look at me like that. I'm sleepy. Don't look at me like that. I don't like it. Chat, hit Gore with a bat. For even daring to look at me like that. Chat, I want you to beat Gore with a bat. Are you French? I am not French. I just really love the language. I think it's really pretty. Step on Gore, please. If I was just to type her popular characters, the list would be super long. I mean, I love voice actors like that. Like, being able to have that much range is so impressive. I forgot you mentioned the fishing game. Yep. That was a bad move. This is a bad move. I saved myself, but it was not a good move. That wasn't a good move either. Good news though, chat. If you've ever been, interested in flamethrower. The fuck you have flamethrower for, skunk tank? When I get my new model back, I'm also getting upgrades to this model. So, it'll move a little different. What? Thank you for stepping on Gore. I don't appreciate being made fun of. Gore makes fun of me too much. Get his ass! Follow the door for today. For today. The model's really good already. Oh, thank you. It is really good. My rigger did a fantastic job. Literally could not thank her enough. Super excited to be working with them again. But I'm very excited to see how it looks with the upgrade. Alright, sorry, sometimes I just... Sometimes I just play my, my Irish music for no good reason. Alright, Magnazone. Here it is, gang. Here it is. We're gonna be gentle. Okay. A little too gentle. Alright. Get in the ball. Hey, fucker, get in the ball. Alright, yeah, 69th floor, and we got a piss baby. Why you have $669? Oh! God, you're so right. We'll get this deluxe tray. And I smile, my teeth. Think you believe me? I smile, my teeth. Think I believe me? Oh, please, don't ask me where I've been. Don't make me play pretend. Oh no. Well, what's the use? Oh my god. Bieberell, what the fuck, dude? Bieberell! What the fuck just happened? That's fine. Did I just fucking... I didn't mean to do that. I smile, my teeth. Bet you believe me. That butt is crazy, actually. Yeah, apparently so. Alright. Where's my little dude? There you are. We're gonna rename you. This is my boy. His name is, what's... Piss, no. This is Candy. Alright. How do I variant? Oh! Oh! So it can be either one. I like this one more. It doesn't change the luck at all. So I'll keep that one. Alright. Sorry, thought I added you in. Oh no. So what's the use? What is the best? Okay, hold on. What is the best for this little dude? What is this? What fucking Pokemon is this, chat? Deerling, thank you. I forgot its name for some reason. Jolly would be the best for... I was looking to see, I don't have any other natures, but I was looking to see, like, what nature I need to be on the lookout for. I can make it brown and pink? Don't mind if I do. That's so cute. Alright, Neapolitan. That's a good name. I'm renaming it. You're so right. You're so right. It's a male. Neapolitan fits better than candy. Okay, alright, well, if that's my grass type... You know what? Get in here, kid. Alright. Grab more Pokeballs. We're looking for shinies, so... kind of the whole point we're here. Is, we're just searching for shinies. Oh no, it's Dalton! Oh no, it's Dalton! Big Nugget. Hold on. Something happened. Let's see. Alright. Sorry, I got 2 DMs and I had no idea what the fuck was going on for a second. I figured it out, but I wasn't sure for a second there. I want you. You're not shiny, but I want you anyways. I like having a Fido on my squad. And I'm rolling, 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 rolling. Alright, what you got? You got this tiny bird. Fuck me. Fucking tiny ass bird. Welcome back, Gore. Neapolitan wants to learn Sand Attack? No. Alright. Alright, gang. It's time to shiny hunt some more. Welcome back, Gore. What were you up to? What the hell do the orange circles mean? I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. I kinda just go with the flow with this game. I don't know what's happening half the time. Feeding Bunny a banana? Oh, hell yeah. Oh, it means you've unlocked their passive. Oh, yep, I have done that. That makes sense. Whoa. Look, they all level out eventually. Look at him! Oh my goodness! He's so cute! Fuck you, you're not nearly as cute! Die! Die! You're not nearly as cute either. Blue is so weird on him. It is a little strange, but I think it's pretty cute. It's very strange, but I think it's very cute. Oh, this is an unfortunate matchup for you. Sorry, gang. Oh, I almost got a leg cramp. That would have been the fucking worst. All my life. I love Gorillaz. They're probably like my favorite band of all time. All my life. I'm your wife. All my life. I actually really love this album. I know a lot of people did not care for it when it came out, but I think that that's pussy behavior, and I think it's fantastic. Leg cramps are the worst, they are, and it would have been totally my fault. It's because I'm sitting here flexing my toes with my legs crossed weirdly. Oh, fuck me. Okay, we'll take you two. You'll be beneficial later on down the line, so... Oh. Oh. Cars on bikes. I went to one of those pre-release events for the album where you had to download the app. That's crazy. I didn't even know they did that. I have jaw cramps when I yawn. Oh, when I yawn, my jaw pops, like, violently. It's extremely uncomfortable. Yeah, this album absolutely fucks, and I refuse to accept anything else. Oh, it's a Vaporeon. We'll Leech Seed the Vaporeon, we'll Floaty Fall this fucking bitch. Get him out of the way. Litten wants to learn Fury Swipes. Sure, go for it. Angry little thing. Body Slam. Getting your core fire, water, grass type is really beneficial. Yeah, that's kind of what I've been working on. Ooh, leftovers. We'll give those to Aerodactyl. Bum, 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 bum. Cannonings like a bird through the night, and wouldn't you love to love her? Takes to the sky like a bird in flight, and who would be your lover? All your life you've never seen a woman taken by the wind. Would you stay if she promised you heaven? Will you ever win? She is like a thief in the dark, and then she is the darkness. Takes turns of life like a fire inside a heart, and when the sky is darkness. All your life you've never seen a woman taken by the wind. Ah! Fuck. Fido, why don't you have a single fairy type move, you little bitch? There we go. There is an AR camera feature and you can see the house floating in the air and you look at your camera. Oh, that sounds so cool. That definitely sounds super cool. I'd love to do something like that. Alright. We'll take that. Fuck. Okay. We're not gonna switch Neapolitan. We are gonna switch Litten. Trade out for Meow. What we're gonna do is we're gonna bullet seed that guy. You really don't have much going on for you, little man. Well, there he goes. Yeah, Bullet Seed is literally this little fucker going pop, pop, pop! Like, he's gonna kill you. He does not give a shit. Who gave this tiny deer a gun? Jesus. I better say Magikarp knows, tackle? Yeah, this is just a Pokemon gauntlet. It's a fighting gauntlet. You know, I feel like this is a good squad if I could just pull it together. You know what I mean? Are you using the high-end shiny version of Deerling or just the basic shiny version? I'm using just the basic, but it shouldn't affect it. It didn't seem like it changed my luck when I did that, but maybe it did. Meow's shining starts blue. I'll show you whenever we get back. Dealings are yellow like the basics. I'll show you whenever we get back. Whenever I ultimately die, because I will die in this game. I did change forms. I'm using the ice deer. Okay, we're gonna be very careful about this, chat. We're gonna be very careful about this, chat. Okay. It's fine. Come here. Alright. Magikarp, you gotta go. I'm sorry, bud. I think with 5 luck, you should have more than B+. Maybe. I'll double check. Alright. Look at that little purple bitch. Alright. Send out Piplup. Slowbro's really good, so this is fine. Hell yeah. Thanks for the free help. Woke up from a nightmare where some... is your team random, or do you get to choose your team and movesets? You get to choose your team and movesets. But you get specific movesets, based off hatching eggs. So you get specific moves from hatching eggs. So you start with whatever moves you have as egg moves, quote unquote, and you can trade out the egg moves to be whatever. But you have to get the egg moves from hatching eggs. Woke up from a nightmare where some butch told me I was gonna die alone because X would never marry a man without a horse, and Y just needed me to donate my kidney. Well, you know, maybe she was right. It was a cloud lady. You fucker. You fucker. Oh my god, he's so cute. I just wanted to see him. Whoa. Weasel, stop. Weasel! Alright. Yeah, it's fucking rude. Oh, Timple. Okay. Slowpoke wants to learn Headbutt? Yeah, you can learn Headbutt. There you go, buddy. My luck is A minus. That's not awful. I like this quick fuck. Oh, I'm a sick fuck. I like a quick fuck. Scratch. Alright. The fuck? Oh, sorry. I be burping. Man, we're catching some good shinies this round, though. I was, like, kind of struggling yesterday. But I'm pretty happy with what we're grabbing today. 16.95. Ah, whatever. We've only been playing for an hour and a half, and we're doing way better today than we did yesterday. Alright, we'll get rid of Lick. We'll grab some money. Money's always good to have. Using the red shiny version of Deerling will increase your rating. Will it, even though, like, it doesn't matter? Jesus. I'm just hunting right now. It's why I'm not really taking it super seriously. I found a useful link. Ah, okay. That makes sense. It explains luck. Oh, okay. Hold on, we'll take a look. Hey, Gulpin, you piece of shit. Gulpin, you piece of shit! And I tell you, Gulpin's a piece of shit. What the fuck? Hold on. What fucking Pokemon is this for? Oh, right on. Okay. Growlithe. Oh, fuck. There are biome evolutions in this game? Oh, fuck me. Must be holding a King's Rock. Oh, fuck me. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hold on, I'm looking at the way bitches evolve in this game. Oh my god. Okay, let's see. Okay, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Either way, I don't need this. You fucking whore. Whore! Sorry. I'm having some anger issues. I'm working through it. Oh boy. Oh boy. I used the wrong move. Gang. Gang, am I the dumbest bitch in the land? Please be honest. Well. What would happen if I killed myself? Ah! I'm just trying to fucking catch. I'm just trying to fucking catch. Yes, I checked the link. I did, Gore. I did look at the link. All right, I'll go back and we'll readjust. All right, we're gonna make this shiny only team. Okay, so this is. So okay, so we want blue. We want the blue. We're not starting off our party with you, however. I can just short by shinies in general. Which we want to up our luck, so we'll want to just sort by shinies. Okay. So you... we'll take the spring. And then you are coming. Technician or pickup? Which one's better? Hold on. Somebody come get her. Technician increases the power of moves by 50%. Oh, my bad. And then pick up. Okay, we'll go with technician. And then I need 35 for that. Fucking swords dance. Okay. And then, what else do we want? Best nature for a meow. Hasty. We'll go with naive because it ups its speed. And then we need a water type. Oh, thank you so much for the pet. Hi, King. Bark. Brave would be best. I don't have brave. We will up his defense for now. And then we can take one more with us, and I think it's gonna be Ralts. Intimidate and rivalry. Back the blue. I'm good. How are you? Sorry, I'm learning Pokemon abilities right now. Somebody come get her. Deals more damage. Okay. And then in nature for Shanks. Adamant, probably. I don't have adamant. Alright. We're gonna start off with these four. And we'll see how we do. That's a water type, grass type, electric type, and normal. Tired and old, relatable, actually. Da, da, da. We're probably gonna be in here for a little bit, though. It's gonna take us a little longer to get through, just because of the fact that we're not using any, immediately, like, crazy Pokemon right off the bat. Nice. So... wonderful, good looking. Hey, growing up so hot, just like 11. Oh. Yeah, it's probably gonna take me a little longer to get through the beginning stages just because I'm using a starter Pokemon. And not, any other type of Pokemon, like a legendary. Fucking ads! I'm sorry, there are so many ads all the time. I promise, if it was up to me, there wouldn't be. Alright, our luck's at A, so I'll take it. So I think we're gonna have an all shiny team. We're only gonna catch Pokemon that are shinies. We're gonna challenge ourselves. Hand a quick claw off. Yeah, shiny run only. Hell yeah. So we will only be adding Pokemon that have shinies, that are shiny, to our group. Just to mix it up a little, try something new. Love is swinging in the air tonight. Alright, let's see how long it takes us to even get another shiny. And I'm sure... Oh, wow, Abra didn't run. I thought for sure Abra was gonna dip. They usually do. Damn. Meowth, what the fuck did you hurt yourself on? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, my game froze. Ah, shit. Reload. Right. Show them how you do this, yeah, Alright, we're good. It happens from time to time with this game. It's not uncommon. I just hate it. We'll increase the chance of double battles, specifically, so that I can try and find another shiny quickly. We're also gonna teach Meowth Body Slam, because so far, a lot of Meowth's moves are kinda ass. And Body Slam is so beneficial this early in. We'll give this to Slowpoke, up his speed. Because speed is not for him, it's in the name. We'll get rid of Camouflage. That is the most terrifying Pikachu I've ever seen in my life. But it's fine. We're gonna up Leech Seed. Nice. Nice! Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna buy just a normal potion for her, grab some Ultra Balls. I'm hoping to get a shiny we don't already have. But we will see. We'll get rid of Curse. Replace it with Yawn. We'll use that as a catching mechanic. I'm also kind of hoping to get a Pokemon not only that we don't already have that's a shiny, but that like is a different type than all the Pokemon we currently have. Okay, I need to figure out what the fuck linking cord is for. Just click it. Yeah, I know. Cause a certain Pokemon to evolve. I guess that's true. I might be able to use it either way. You make a good point. Oh, it doesn't. It doesn't. Oh, it's an application. Is it for Slowpoke? Oh, found it. Okay. that you love me. It's not for... Linking Cord Evolutions. Here it is. Okay. Linking Cord Evolutions are for... Phoebus. Oh, Phoebus. Okay. Dusclops, Electabuzz, Alolan Graveler, Phantup, Paragon. It's Slowpoke to Slowking. Okay, yeah. Yep, you're right. It is for Slowpoke. I just wanted to make sure before I did it. God, look at this piss crown. He's got a crown of piss. I love the crown of piss. Nice. Meowth wants to learn Payday. Yes, sir. We will get rid of Fake Out. Alright. We'll grab that egg voucher. Alright, Finn's back. Body slam that bitch. Shinx wants to learn Bite. Yeah, buddy. There you go. Stop that. Does Payday actually give you money? I think so. Your Quick Seed won't, or your fucking Quick Attack won't save you. Confusion is a 50 move. We'll get rid of Tackle. Man, Neapolitan is becoming, my goat. I didn't mean to do that. That's fine. Yes! Slow King, I'm gonna let you deal with this, buddy. Well, never mind. As you walk in the room. Alright. We're gonna hand that off to you to have. I don't know if Payday actually gives me money. We'll see. There's money everywhere. How unfortunate. Baylor, thank you so much for the follow. Is it Balor or Baylor? Because I read that and my brain immediately screams, a fucking dragon name from, like, House of the Dragons or, like, Game of Thrones. So I want to pronounce it that way, but if that's not how it's meant to be pronounced, I want to make sure I pronounce it correctly. Hi, Erica! God damn. Sorry, I'm just paralyzing her Pokemon left and fucking right. Poor thing. Hell yeah, Shinx, get it! Luxio. You're gonna poison powder me? Baby, that doesn't work. That's unfortunate. You pronounce it right? Okay, cool, cool, cool. Because when I read it, I read it as Baelor, like the character from Game of Thrones. House of the Dragon, actually, I think is where Baelor is from. God damn it! Hold on. We're 10 pulling. Alright, we got a rare. I don't think we're getting any epics. Not this pull. Got some rares though, so that's nice. Does the luck affect egg pulls? I don't think it does. I had pretty atrocious luck yesterday and still pulled like 4 epic eggs somehow. I got a couple rares though. God damn. Gotta go to bed. I look a lot on your stream while playing the game. Aw, that's nice. But have a good sleep. Thank you for dropping by and thank you for the follow. You're gonna Fury Swipes me, you piece of shit. Okay. Alright. Diamond Zoo, baby, New York City. Never was there ever a girl so pretty. Do you wanna be in love forever? Do you wanna be in love? Alright. Down and pretty. Do you wanna be in love forever? Do you wanna be in love? Chat, do you wanna be in love with me forever? Ow! Ow, you piece of shit. I could have just traded off the sloping. I don't know why I didn't. Shit! Do you wanna be in love forever? Do you wanna be in love? Down and gritty. Do you wanna be in love forever? Do you wanna be in love? We gotta take Jesus off the dashboard, kids. Jesus should not be on the dashboard. I'm having sex in here. Sorry. I don't know what's wrong with me. I know I say this every stream, but I promise, I really don't know what's wrong with me. Alright. Do you think we'll be in love? Good for me. But baby, I want you, I want you. You're not good for me. Baby, you're not good for me. You're not good for me. Baby, I want you, I want you, I want you. Diamond Mountain Dew, baby, New York City. Never was there ever a girl so pretty. Do you think we'll be in love forever? Do you think we'll be in love? Alright. Assurance is a 60? Yeah. We will switch back to Neapolitan, because Neapolitan likes to jump. Neapolitan be jumping! He be jumping, gang. Alright, we got a puppy. Gave me close combat, Jesus. Alright. Crab Brawler. Somehow I've never hatched a Crab Brawler before. Halo. A scrappy little mate, ain't he? I've had so many Bonsleys, and yet not one has been a shiny. That's crazy. Yo, Finizen. Party little bitches. Alright, Ladybug. I've never hatched one of those before. I feel like I have. Nidoran. I've never hatched a Nidoran either. That's crazy. Sitting in my heartbeat, banging in my chest. When you rain on me, you relieve my stress. You know, it'd be really great to have a shiny fire type. You got me so high, you get me so high. I know you ain't a drug, but you get me so high. Because I've just come to the realization that I don't have one of those. I do be body slamming these bitches though, like nobody's fucking business. Alright. Yeah! There we go, gang. Oh, still so pretty. Horn Leech? Absolutely. And what we're gonna do... 75. We can get rid of Leech Seed. You don't need to learn Amnesia. What the fuck? 100 fucking blunts. Fucking Farbank. How's the shiny only run going? We have not found another shiny to add to the gang, and it's starting to get dangerous. Ow, you son of a bitch. Alright, we are evolving all the babies though, so we are making it further than I expected. Aww! Oh! He looks like chocolate pudding! He looks like chocolate pudding with a blueberry in his forehead. I love that. Alright, we got trainer battle. Body slam that fucking bug. Oh, sorry about it, gang. Alright, Lexia's evolving. Okay, I think everybody's evolved now. To their peak form. Slow King wants to learn Surf? Yeah, buddy, you can learn Surf. Honestly, Sawsbuck is kind of a banger. I almost said hot. That's not what I meant to say. Noibat, why couldn't you be shiny, you fuck? Ugh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There was a bit of rage in there. I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm trying to recover. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll try to be better. I'm so sorry. You could always drop your challenge and then replace it with a shiny later. No, 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 no. No, no, no. We're not quitting, Gore. We don't quit. God, Fur Coat is, like, fantastic. Where are you going? Aw, you poor sad fucker. Alright, Let's up Persian. Jesus, that was loud. You piece of shit. Luxury! Spark that bitch! Sorry. I don't know why that was so funny to me. Neapolitan, kill him. Are you so fucking for real right now? How goes Pokemon, champ? We're doing a shiny only run while we hunt for more shinies. We've honestly gotten some, quite a few new shinies today, so it's not going that bad, honestly. We're not really trying to make it very far, we're just shiny hunting. But somehow this team is holding up really nicely, so... I'm pretty happy with it. How are you doing, Stitch? Persian, you don't need to learn Screech, my love. Psychic, you can learn, however. Let's get rid of Headbutt. We'll grab a dire hit. Hi, Finn. Alright, die. Double edge. No, we're not gonna do that. Masters VGC final is about to start. Italia versus Japan. Ooh, nice. I don't know why I pronounced Italy like Italia, but you know, that's just how it be. I might actually turn that on and just have that going while we, play, because I actually wanted to watch the finals. Yeah, it's the last thing of the night before we get our news, and I want to see the news as soon as it's announced, so I might turn that on in the corner. Oh! Man, I've now gotten all of these guys. I've hatched all of these guys. Biggie, 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 can't you see? Sometimes your love just hypnotized me. Seniors finals just ended and the guy that was undefeated the entire tournament lost. Oh! He was 12-0 going into finals? That's crazy. Hold on, I'm gonna turn on, the finals just so that we have it up. Give me 1 second. Vicky, can't you see? I'm looking for the official channel. There it is. Okay. That becomes a big. Biggie, 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 can't you see? Okay. All right, hold up, gang. Hold on, gang. We're just gonna crop the hell out of it. I'll put it right there. Put it right there. I am so glad that Farigiraf is doing so good this year. I love Farigiraf. Like, I need y'all to know, when Farigiraf was announced, I sobbed. When I was a kid, okay, we're gonna talk about this. When I was a kid, oh shit, there's an ad break. Okay, hold on. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it when the ad break's over. We'll talk about it when the ad break's over. Actually, you know what? I'll talk about it now. So when I was a kid, my first Pokemon game was Pokemon Sapphire. And I saw Girafarig, and I immediately fell in love with him. I don't know what it is about him, but I immediately fell in love with him. And I found him in the wild area. Oh, is it blocking fishing? Hold on, I'll move fishing. I'll move fishing. I'll put fishing in the middle of the screen for now. Actually, I'll put it down here for now. There we go. It's not blocking fishing anymore. Sorry. Anyways, I found a Girafarig in the wild area. I had never played Pokemon before. I had only watched a little bit of the Pokemon anime. I did not know Girafarig existed. And the moment I saw him, I was like infatuated. So I went out and I spent so much money to keep going back into the wild zone so that I could keep catching them. And I kept breeding them because I thought that they had an evolution and I couldn't figure out why I couldn't get them to evolve. And so I kept breeding them, thinking like I just was doing something wrong. And so I just kept breeding them. Because I just kept thinking I was doing something wrong. I think I ruined the population. I had to have caused some kind of economic or like ecosystem disaster because I was obsessed. I bred, I think, over 100 of them, and I could not figure out why I couldn't get them to evolve. And it wasn't until I was talking to a friend about it in elementary school, like, years later, and I was like, I just can never get them to evolve. And that friend was like, they don't evolve. Like, they're solo. Like, it's just them. And I was like, what? And I was so distraught about it. And I've always wanted them to have an evolution. I've always loved them. And so when I saw that they were getting an evolution, like, you can ask Gore, like, I heard that in the leaks. I read the leaks before games come out, because I'm impatient. Hi, Dog Ant! And so I was like, you know what? And I read the leaks and saw that there were leak rumors that they were supposed to be an evolution for Girafarig, and I went, please be true, please be true, please be true. And then when they announced it, I was like on my hands and fucking knees. I was sobbing. I think I was I pregnant when they announced it? I may have been. Which may have also been part of why I cried as hard as I did. But yeah, no, I fucking sobbed, dude. Like, it got me bad. Did you just like giraffes? I did. When I was little, I did. Giraffes were my mom's favorite animal. And so I grew up with a special love for them because of that. So yeah, I did. I actually really liked giraffes when I was growing up. How goes it with you? Good. I'm just playing Pokemon, having a grand time. From time to time, I'm looking over to watch what's happening over there. Yeah, I did not like Scarvi. I like the Pokemon that they introduced in Scarvi, but I don't like Scarvi, like, as it is. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. I didn't like the game itself, but I do like the Pokemon they introduced in said game. Wait, what's going on up there? I'm on mobile, so I can't tell what's going on. Yeah, Pokemon World Championship. Here, I'll make it a little bigger, actually. Oh, wait. It went away. Come back. I'll make it a little bigger. Or should I just put it on the bottom? Is that Sandaconda shiny? Here, I'll put it down here. And then I'll move fishing back up to its corner. There we go. God, there's so much happening on my screen right now. That Sandaconda is shiny. Okay. Okay. Well, then I know what we're gonna do today. We're gonna be very careful, but we're gonna put the Sandaconda to sleep. Yes, we do have to catch it for the team. Jesus. Body slam. And then... Psychic. Okay. We'll just use Yawn. Yeah, we're catching this guy for the team. Awesome. He is on the team. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Turn me all upside down. Great ball. We'll add more money to the inventory. Yeah, so shinies up your luck, which allows you to get better and better items the more you play. Which is... And right now they're having a shiny event where shinies are easier to find because they give you shiny charms early in. Which is why I'm running a whole shiny team. They said that the Japanese player hasn't faced Miraidon yet, and his first... That's impressive. I can't even lie, that's impressive. I want to go to Worlds so bad, but I'm not good enough for Worlds. I just want to go. Hi, Jimmel! How are you? Like, I don't even know my type advantages. I just want to go because it seems like fun. Go as a spectator? I should. If you want to be honest, I want to be invited. I want to be invited by Pokemon themselves, and I want to get special Pokemon items. That's never gonna happen. But I want it. I want it to happen. That Sandslash is shiny. Hell yeah! I don't want to be careful with him, so... Nice. We'll use... Psychic. God damn it. Well, luckily it fell asleep. We'll slash. And then... Jesus Christ. I don't want to hurt it. Okay, got it. Yay! I got an achievement for having a full party of shiny Pokemon. Nice. Full shiny squad! Jesus. Sorry, that guy scared the fuck out of me. Now we can finally play the game. Yeah, I know, right? I was kind of hoping for, God, that sandstorm's gonna get me. Fucker. I was kind of hoping for, a fire shiny. Honestly, I'll probably replace this, one of my shinies with a fire one once I am able to. God, the buffeting. Fucking ow! We can always replace as we go along. Yeah, that was my thought too. Hey, you bitch. Revives all fainted Pokemon. God, that's so nice. Wait, no, I was right. Alright. Honestly, there's a lot of normal types on this team, but we're doing good despite that. You know what I mean? We're getting further with this team than I thought we would. My luck is A++, baby. Sorry, I'm watching World out of the corner of my eye. Nothing wrong with normal types? Look, I'm not saying there is anything wrong with normal types. I'm just saying... Are you saying I'm a pro? Because that is not true, but I do appreciate it. Don't bug buzz me, you piece of shit. You asshole. Luxray wants to learn Crunch. There you go, buddy. Everybody, be and feel united. Oh. Oh, fucking egg scissor. What if I said fuck you? Italian takes game one. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Alright. Nice! Full heal. Oh, that's an interesting team. Let's see. The world champion games run faster than the other category. They do. Which I think is why they saved them for last. Is because of the fact that they go so much faster. The first game of seniors almost went to time, which is 20 minutes. Jesus. I'm also really sad that Wolfie lost. He was killing it, dude. I heard somebody got disqualified for having supposedly having a modded Jesus. Supposedly having a modded Zacian. Yeah. Well, so I heard that it wasn't modded, but then I actually heard that it was modded, and you could tell because of the, you could tell because of its stats. Like, its stats were completely wrong, out of what I heard. Yeah, well, I heard that it got disqualified because the judge didn't think you could get a shiny Zacian, which isn't true, because you can. But then after they looked at the stats later on, yeah, out of what I heard later, after they looked at the IVs later, the IV was like 1 above what it was supposed to be able to get to, like the max. So it did turn out to be modded, I think. I don't know. Honestly, I've heard so much about it that's been like, not if you cap it. Yeah. I don't know. It was a GameStop distribution Zacian and the judges screwed them. Oh, I really hope that's not true. That would make me so sad. We'll go for double battles. You see the TCG guy that got disqualified in the top 8 for celebrating? Yes! I heard about that. I didn't see what the hand gesture was, but I did hear that it happened. Yeah, I never saw what the hand gesture ended up being, but I did hear about it, and I was like, bro, what the fuck? Oh, why aren't you shiny? I love Grumpigs. That's such a bummer. It was a high roller, like roll the dice kind of thing. That sucks. Judges misinterpreted it for jerking off. Yeah, that's... Look, I'm gonna be real with you. Depending on where on your body you decide to do the high roller move, it's gonna look like you're jerking off. Like, I hate to be that person. But that is just how this works. Unfortunately. I might love you. When I said it, I thought it was true. I also have 3 shiny charms compared to my usual 2. So that also could be why we're doing so well. There's one thing that we have in common. Neither of us truly miss. Saint Bernard sits at the top of the driveway. You always know how you love dogs. Alright. Let me grab Persian. Go for that poison type first. Get it the fuck out of here. Grab some rogue balls, because those are good to have. Same business. Away from me today, I promise ain't nobody ever even say that I did you wrong. You'll put up with your shit the way I've done. Nobody is coming here to save you, I did enough. Sorry, I love Gore being like, I don't know. Looked like he was jacking off to me. That is crazy, though. Get rid of Breloom. Oh. God damn. Nobody is coming here to save you, I did enough. Nobody loves me but you. Jesus. Stomp that fucking bug, man. There we go. We've already listened to this song. Impish. I'm in the mood to fuck something up. Alright. Look, I want to go, but the problem is that I have a child. And so if I went to Worlds and I wasn't in Worlds, how am I gonna explain this to whoever I'm asking to babysit my child? Japan wins game 2. Damn, that was fast. Holy shit. I know it's fast, but I forget how fast it is. Bring the child? I mean, I could. I just, I feel a little bad for her because she's so little. I don't know how much fun she'd have. I don't think she'd have a lot of fun. Or at least not right now. That would probably change as she got bigger. I'm sure she'd have fun looking at plushies and stuff. Yeah, well right now she's 1. I don't know why I did that. So while I do think she'd have fun, I think, she'd get bored really fast and we'd end up spending the whole event just walking her around. I think she'd have more fun when she's older. But also, like, I want to go soon. Maybe I'll just bring my mom with me and use my mom as a babysitter. We gotta send you to Grand Champions. Doing what? I'm semi-okay at the fucking card game, but not nearly good enough. I'm not nearly good enough for competitive. $2026. God, do I even have it in me to study that much? Like, do I even have what it takes to sit and do that? Fuck it up, team! It's your favorite! I don't know if you like me. I would go to regionals, yeah. Um... That's the way I like to move. I want to take Houndoom to Worlds! Honestly, I'd be down to learn... Oh god, I'm saying this, so now I have to live up to it. I would be down to learn competitive video game just so I could win on a team that has Noivern. Just so I could see how far I could make it on a team that has Noivern. On a team that has Noivern, Houndoom, and Farigiraf. My friend brought Delphox to a regional. That sounds like so much fun, actually. Ba-dum-bum, bum, 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 bum. I think you went 5 to 4. Oh, that sounds like fun. Every boyfriend is the one until otherwise proven. Run it as a sweeper and use Terrestrialize and get rid of its weakness and boost up some moves. Well, okay, so hear me out. I really don't know much about the video game and like how that works. However, the idea of going and the idea of going and using terrestrialization on Pokemon that aren't necessarily the strongest sounds really fun. But I don't know. I don't know. It's like a part of me is like, I could learn, and another part of me is like, yeah, but you're bad at this kind of stuff. Because I am notoriously bad at this kind of stuff, unfortunately. I am notoriously bad at Pokemon. Like, I always have been. Like, I hate to admit it, I've been bad at Pokemon my whole life. That's not changing, just because I want to be at Worlds. Oh, Farigiraf, my baby. You son of a bitch. Farigiraf making it to the grand finals 2 years in a row is nutty. It's not nutty. It's Farigiraf, baby. There's nothing nutty about it. That's the power of Farigiraf, baby. That's just how this shit works. Yeah, Among Us winning 3 worlds in a row is the real what the fuck. Among Us? Like, alright. It's a mushroom, yeah. The hell is that mushroom doing winning worlds? God damn it. Also, why is this like the furthest I've made it? Listening to this while trying to pickpocket Oathbreaker? Damn, I made it to 100 with my full shiny team. Good on me. Good on me. Look at that green little bitch. Alright, don't know why it's happening. Man, that was pretty good, honestly. Oh, yeah! Farigiraf! Yes! See, I don't pick teams. I pick Pokemon. And Farigiraf won, and that's all that matters to me. Yes! Alright. We're gonna take a break real quick. We're gonna go full screen. I wanna watch. Oh, Farigiraf wins Worlds! Let's go! Hold on. I gotta get rid of the other window I have open. 1 second. Alright. Oh, Jesus. Alright. I want to hear this.
Through the crowd, getting back onto center stage after celebrating with his friends who really were the true
yeah.
along the way, as well as some incredible Pokemon play. And commiserations, we have to say as well, to Yuta Ishigaki. Fantastic play, so much offensive pressure coming through from the Iron Valiant and the Landorus, as well as being so dominant with some interesting speed.
God, I'm so happy for Grap won Worlds. It's what he deserves.
And it's so impressive because of just how many unique adjustments Yuta really did have for this Calyrex.
Man, if I had known that this year was going to be in Honolulu, I would have tried to find a way to go.
Should be able to help try to neutralize a little bit of this Miraidon matchup.
I stretched my back.
Landorus being able to deal that super effective damage or force a Terra. You also just have this Iron Valiant that has thrown fear in the works for a lot of the players that he's faced.
I'm grabbing my Munchlax plushie. He's going on my lap.
And also not afraid to take those risks, like switching in that.
I also have a Ditto under my ass.
Thinking there's a
Are you,
I don't have to worry about a Sanseer Storm.
I think you've said it perfectly. He was completely in
USA won the juniors.
control. And I think
Yeah, I'm
Yuta
not.
had so many
I'm not
key
like.
pieces that could apply a lot of pressure to Luca.
I'm not
He stayed
like.
composed throughout.
I'm
And
not like.
actually, it's not just about the
Oh,
Pokemon on the field. Sometimes
USA,
you have to play the player as
USA.
well. And
It's
I
just
feel
about
like
Pokemon
Luca
to me.
was constantly reading the curve
It's
that
not the
Yuta
people
was
who
writing
won.
and was constantly
It
getting
was
through that.
the
That turn one play
Pokemon.
at the beginning of the set as well. Like
All
I
right,
said,
I got
bringing
my
Iron Hand
Ditto
just
behind
meant
my
that the
back.
strategy and the pressure that Yuta has was
I've got
completely neutralized,
Snorlax
as well as going through the rest of the
in
set,
my lap.
making sure that those key components were removed so
I'm
beautifully
ready.
by Luca.
It was amazing.
Give us the
and
news.
As we got a chance to see from Luki yesterday, it's just
Give us
been,
the news is
so
what I'm
great to
here
see his
for.
growth over the course of this tournament. Those top 4 matches, that top 8 match already just so stellar in terms of.
All right,
the
we're gonna
play
go
we
to
got a
just
chance to see from
chatting.
him, but let's go ahead and relive
oh.
some of these moments from this
Yeah, I almost
third
rated
game.
out.
We saw right away this Ice Rider Calyrex didn't necessarily end up getting knocked out to that first Draco Meteor, but Yuta was able to start to kind of mobilize.
The news may
through
be a
these
sec.
different
I know.
turns, potentially win this game.
I needed a break
I think
anyways,
things got very
so.
difficult here as well, with the Calyrex applying a lot of pressure, getting those chilling nade boosts as well. But the critical thing, I think, was actually at the very end, that last turn of Trick Room, going for the defensive play with the spiky shield, knowing the Miraidon had been preserved in the back for later, with so much damage of Electro Drift.
Yeah,
And
they
again,
still have to do
timing
award
it
ceremonies,
perfectly
that's
when Electric
true.
Train had left the field, being able to reset that with the Hadron engine just meant that Luca was able to have the perfect endgame play. Calyrex going down here as well, unfortunate for Yuta.
Was a
Yuta.
very unfortunate there. I think
Sorry, the
also
way
just
British
Luka
people
being
pronounce
able to play
Japanese
through
names
these
is
trick room turns
wild.
and preserving this Ogerpon was so important, despite the fact that he ended up terrestrializing it to this single fire type and actually removing its capability of being redirected from this Amoonguss. It was still able to withstand so many of these attacks, particularly.
I'm also watching this because I haven't
know that it
actually
could be
watched
there
it.
by this Miraidon at the very end to remove the biggest threat, that Iron Valiant. No
It was just going
longer
in the
able
background,
to
so I
go for
wasn't really.
something like that super
Life
effective
Orb
Spirit
Pelly
Break,
is
and
nuts.
it was just
Yeah.
amazing. If there was going to be one person that could potentially get through this really unique matchup, it was Luca, and
Look,
congratulations to him.
Competitive is hard for me because competitive is all about choosing Pokemon that are the best to win, but I want to pick
Luca,
my
I know it's
favorites.
very fresh in your mind,
and the
but
ones that
what
are
do you think will
cute.
stick
Oh,
out
the
as the
stage
most
setup's super
memorable
cute. I haven't
moment
even
of your
noticed.
Worlds match?
Look at all those little cutouts.
I really don't know. I just feel like just the moment that.
Hi, Jay. I didn't realize you were still here. Hi. Also, my boobs are boobing today. Jesus.
The last game, so I really don't have much chance to say all the
I
memories,
saw that Pachirichu came back this year. I love that.
What like the most important moment for me was right after when I was able to.
Great googly moogly,
celebrate
them
my
things
friends
is juicy.
with, best team in the world.
Yeah,
It
must
helps
be
when your faves are
overwhelming.
competitively viable. My
We
faves
know
are
you
not
have put in
competitively
so
viable.
much work. You've had
My
other
faves are
top
Farigiraf,
finishes, and
Houndoom,
practicing and playing. There are people out here who
Noivern.
are thinking, you know what, I want to be like that. What advice would you give them to work hard and end up on this stage?
Yeah, Farigiraf is, but my other two aren't.
To be honest, this was very unexpected for me as well. So yeah. It's
Could you
very difficult to
could you
say,
potentially
what,
take
was
Noivern
my preparation there.
and
I just
terrestrialize
say,
it into Fairy
just have,
to nullify its
some
Fairy weakness? I don't understand how terrestrializing
something
works.
like
I
that,
played that whole game,
just train,
and I still do not fully
and,
understand how
like,
terrestrializing works.
I can assure you, with the right friends, with the
Noivern!
support and
Yeah, I've got my Noibat Pokeball sitting next to me. I'm holding my Munchlash plushie. I've got my Ditto plushie supporting my back. I've got my Noibat and Noivern little like clips
well,
from the Pokemon Center. I don't have anything to put them on yet, but I've got them, and they're sitting right here, right in front of me, so I can always see them. I've got my own sticker of me in a jar.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your support and congratulations again.
Terrestrializing
Luca,
is literally just
your
overriding the
world
Pokemon's current types with one new
champion.
type.
Now don't go
Interesting.
anywhere. We have some trophies to give out.
Noivern,
But for now,
won a
back to you,
regional.
Crafters.
Paradox Mischievous. Oh, Screech.
What a series.
That Marstop plushie right here?
That was so
He looks a little fucked up. Oh my god, Omastar also looks horrifying. What the fuck?
That was such an exciting match.
I will say,
would've loved to see
I
Calyrex
wish,
try to win, but
I
that was
wish I
such an
came
amazing
because I
gameplay
want
by
this
Luca and his
Riolu
Miraidon.
plush so bad.
Honestly,
And I
was
saw
out in
that the
crowd
whole
for that,
Pokemon
and
Center sold out
everyone
day
just
one.
losing it
Also,
when
look at
Luca
her holding
won.
the Volcarona. Me too, dude.
Absolutely incredible. So happy for Luca.
Why is Riolu in a
Kind of
bucket? He was
progressed
swimming.
through this season, the top 8 EUIC, getting so close in the Bologna special event, and then coming into this
You
event
no longer be
just
Dragon or
having an
Flying and just be
absolute
Fairy or Fire. Ah,
amazing
okay.
showing coming into the final against such a hard opponent.
I
as
like
well, and at
Munchlax a
times
lot
it
too.
looked
I don't
like
know
he
how
was
good
back
Snorlax
against
is in
the Blues
competitive,
against
but
the
I
wall
don't
and
care about
wasn't
Snorlax.
really
I
a
like
way out, but
Munchlax.
really just staying resolute throughout and just getting
Jay! Volcarona!
I'm really happy that we got a game 3, right?
Oh
I feel
my
like as
goodness.
Casters, that's our big wish we're always hoping for. Is
God,
that
what happened to Beware? Why is he
so
like
between both of
deflated?
them, we saw the fast mode, slow
Why
mode,
is he
it's very
deflated?
fitting that Miraidon wins its first World
She's so
Championship
cute with the
in
Slitherwing.
Star
Yeah, that is Slitherwing,
Wars.
isn't it? That's not Volcarona, that's Slitherwing. Slitherwing's really
Miraidon
cute.
Was the real big meta call this weekend that players
Is
got
she
rewarded
nice?
for, and it got rewarded in the
I'm sure
Masters
she
division
is.
as well.
Not even just the medical for this weekend, but from the get-go, the second
I
we
love
got
seeing
Regulation
women
G, trainers were on
even
the
just
one
being
from the
like
start,
narrators or
electrifying win at the
and
very
stuff
first regional. It hasn't really
in
slowed down
Worlds.
from there.
I don't know.
There's
I feel
definitely
like a lot of
contenders along the
competitive
way.
Pokemon is very
Trainer almost did
masculine.
vie for the title, and
Like,
even throughout the
base-
different
Like,
championship
I just,
matches that we got
I don't
to
know.
see, we got
I
to
feel
see
like it's
various
very
champions
like
really push
masculine
together. I mean, Calyrex Shadow Rider as well had a
heavy. Like
fantastic
there's,
showing
it's very
here.
male
It
heavy.
really did, and it goes to show you
Competitive.
that even if the metagame feels like it's in a position where, oh, only Calyrex Shadow Rider will win, oh, only Miraidon will win. There's a lot of
I'm sorry, I just love these
opportunities
guys.
for
No,
innovation, and
I
we
get
saw a
it.
lot of,
Yeah, it's a very
unique
male-dominated
Pokemon
field, and I
games,
think that's
such as
another
that
reason why I
Iron
get so
Valiant,
nervous about
such as
being in
Iron
it,
Treads
because
from our
like
juniors match, Joe,
I'm just a
to try and
girl.
capitalize on the fact that Miraidon was
I'm
gonna
just
be
a
one of the more
girl,
powerful
and
ones here.
I'm not good at these these things, and even if I practiced, I still probably wouldn't be good enough to go to Worlds, and I'm just a girl. You know? We made a joke about me showing up in like short shorts and like a low V shirt. Just sidetrack them with my tits and ass, and I'll win that way.
Nothing short of amazing, but
Fluttermane's so pretty.
job in kind of weathering that and coming out on top, and just really good positioning the Iron Valiant with his Spirit Blade, especially in that end game. I mean,
why am I so sleepy today?
Yeah,
I ask even though I've been going to bed at 4 a.m. every morning
preserve
for like the last 2 weeks.
At the very end, when it really mattered, to have that follow me, to utilize, to pull that big threat out of the way and allow.
I want a snack, but I don't think we have anything.
Like you say, Miraidon started the format successfully, and it's kind of poetic. It's ending the format successfully.
16% usage in day 2.
And kind of look at that run and the opponents that he's had just from that top 8, not to mention everything from the entire weekend.
Yeah, and I do
you were a snack, thank you, but I'm a little hungry. Are they holding their favorite Pokemon plushes, or are they just random Pokemon plushes that they were given?
it really was. I mean,
Oh, Frigoraph and Whimsicott. Oh, I love that.
There's so much personality on it. But I mean, even when we're looking at kind of the trends and kind of like what's thematic and stuff, Joe Brown, I know that you're always about those fun facts and those stats.
So the guy who won has the exact same team as the guy who came in 4th.
Of the Pokemon that win the World Championships.
So I don't know how I feel about that, but that's definitely something. Oh, Entei, but like base Entei, fascinating. Yeah, we better get a Frigoraph gift distribution. Frigoraph better get better plushes after this.
Thunderous and Cresselia. But other fun facts,
these aren't the current people who just fought.
Luca.
Yeah, Luca and Yuta were. I know.
2 for 2 on Shohei's team and Luca's team there. Urshifu 2 out of 3 years, and now Frigoraph getting some revenge. Maybe Michael Kausch a little proud in the crowd, moving from finalist last year to now world champion.
I mean, Kyle,
I'm studying. I'm studying team. Sorry.
These runs back to back have been a saint, but for those individuals
you get 30K for winning. I thought they were just doing this for fun. I didn't realize that you get like money. You get 5K even if you get last.
I don't know about y'all. I know we don't know where we're going yet, but I would hope that the prize money would be enough.
It's 30K plus an invite next year.
What? Trip to wherever Worlds will be next year.
Oh my god.
Hey, you can get some plushies. You can get yourself.
That's like a down payment on a nice house.
This weekend, enjoy your time.
Yeah, Luca's buying.
Damn.
It's a good day to be friends with Luca, everyone. But there's so
hell yeah, it's a good day to be friends with Luca. Oh wait, the Slitherwing's got little flowers on her face. Oh, that's so cute.
That's the real prize here.
For sure.
That's the real prize here. Shut the fuck up, Sierra. I want 30K. I'm trying to move out of this house. She said that's the real winnings here. No, Sierra, the real winnings is 30K and an invite to come try and win 30K again next year. Sierra, that will provide me the opportunity to move my family out of my in-laws. Sierra.
Jump into the crowd and you've got all of their friends and family around them and kind of celebrating together.
Oh my
it's
goodness.
Just a magical moment, and you know this one
30K could change some people's lives. Only one way to try, Gore. You watch me play Pokemon so often. You know I'm not good at it. Gore, you know I'm not good at it. Ducky loses her shit at me every time I play Pokemon. You know I'm not good at it.
From his victory, and I think it was just so cool. Immediately understanding not only was this a big win for him, but
you'd be better competing than I would be. I can tell you that much. You actually understand it.
But also knowing the people that have helped get him to this position as champion.
Definitely one of my favorite.
I've been playing Pokemon my whole life, and I am dog shit at it. Me and Gore played against each other in high school, and we only ever did that once because he destroyed me in 30 seconds, and it hurt my feelings so bad that I now don't play any competitive game against Gore ever again. I immediately stopped playing competitive games after Gore beat my ass. He also beat my ass in Smash Bros, and I have not touched Smash Bros ever again either, so... Look at that Pikachu! Fuck it up, big boy!
trainers
Get
went
it,
down
get it,
without
get
a
it,
fight.
get it, get it,
I
get
wanna
it.
say a special shout out to everyone who played at events this year. Locals,
He's so
regionals,
large. He is so
internationals,
large.
And of course at Worlds. You are the reason that we're seeing such high caliber professional play here at Pokemon. So give yourselves a round of applause.
You want me to pat myself on the back too? Fuck myself in the ass while we're at it?
Now we have some champions.
Oh, look
to
at that
crown.
baby. There's a stroller there.
Please first,
For the baby that's
warm
younger than Bunny. What the hell?
congratulations to your junior finalist, Tatsuomi Shimanuki.
See, oh god, I forgot the kids are in here. He's so cute. See, I'd be afraid of catching COVID. Or monkeypox. He's so polite. Oh, the bow. I've been playing the new format on Pokemon Showdown. I am too afraid to even touch Pokemon Showdown. Because I'm
And
afraid of
now,
being bad.
Let's hear it for our video game junior champion.
You know how you're afraid to start something because you're afraid of being bad at it? That's me with Pokemon. Yeah, these kids are ridiculously talented. It's like why I don't draw, because I'm like too afraid of being bad at something. I'm afraid of being embarrassed about being bad, so like I just don't start. And it's like such a bad quality about myself
Next up, our video game
that I need to work on.
finalist.
But I'm so hard on myself that like the moment I'm bad at something, I'm like, you're the worst. You're the worst. Don't ever fucking touch this thing again. You're the fucking worst. I'm so hard on myself about everything though. Don't even try it. You tried it once and you're the fucking worst. Go to hell. Like.
Our video game senior champion, Rei Yamanaka.
What the fuck is throat spray Farigiraf? Why is Farigiraf spraying in my throat? I feel like that is against the law, Gore. Gore, having a Farigiraf squirt down your throat, spray down your throat is against the law. Stop that.
And now for our Masters division. Your video game Masters
Look at him shaking it.
finalist is Yuta Ishigaki.
I love that they're all just wearing like Hawaiian shirts. Like everybody looks so casual. I love that. I love that the only people who are really dressed up are like the people who are like in charge of it, or, like running it and doing all the announcements and stuff. Everybody else is so
Finally,
chill.
Your video game Masters champion.
Oh, why are we owing? Everybody knows who it is. They went, oh, like we just watched him win, gang. I want one of these trophies because they are dumb looking as hell and it makes me happy. Really wish they didn't have Pikachu on them, but vamos, Luca, vamos.
And now one big final round of applause to these top trainers of the Pokemon 2020.
Sorry, I did not see this photographer back here, and so all I saw was the camera come over the rock, and it scared me. I'm so easily startled. I did not see that guy back there. Oh my god. Luca's got a pretty nose. Weird, I know, weird thing to say, but he's got a really pretty nose.
While we reset the stage for closing ceremonies, we're going to stop in the Analyst Lounge one last time to recap the epic journeys from this year's event. Don't go anywhere because closing ceremonies will be starting very soon. And of course, we have some special announcements.
Thank God. That's what I'm here for.
All right, there you
Where'd the
have
women
it.
go?
Our champions
There's
have
now all
been
men.
crowned.
That
The World
suit
Championships
slaps, though.
has almost come to a close. They are preparing
Three
for an
blues,
amazing
one
closing
black.
ceremony up on the big stage with some announcements that you are not going to want to
Where'd
miss.
Slitherwing go?
I know they are really good because they
She take him
refuse
with-
to
she
tell
take her
me
with
what
him?
They are. Hi everybody. I am Jake.
Oh, they haven't told the announcers what the
Cowboy
announcements
here.
are?
I am joined by Scott, Ross, and Butter.
Za,
We're gonna be
za,
talking
za,
about
za,
United
za, za,
TCG
za, za.
and Pokemon
right.
we get ready for those big announcements. Why don't we talk a little
We're
bit
gonna
about
look around
BGC?
for a minute.
Hey, I think everyone probably just enjoyed a great show there. I don't know if we've ever had a better championship Sunday in the video game. Sometimes you get some strange matches when players get a full night to prepare. One side has full advantage over another. Not the case at all this time. We went to 3 games in every set. Very much in doubt toward the end. Shout-outs to our Junior Division World Champion with a 5th place International Championship, followed up by 2 firsts and winning Worlds. Almost won every big tournament in that division. Senior division match, super close. Maybe a Draco Meteor connection away from a championship. And yeah, that Masters Division final we just watched, so close toward the end there. Iron Valiant.
Sorry, that's just what it sounded like to me.
Coming up with the runner-up finish and just an excellent
The
win there
beat
by
in the
Luka.
background.
Unfortunately, Yuna just unable to break the curse of Japan never ever winning on odd number years.
That is one of my favorite weird facts that we have about it, but somehow it still reigns true. Tell me a little bit about TCG.
Well, in TCG, up until now, we did have a nice little pattern where every 6 Worlds tournaments, Japan gets the win. We had a Japanese player in the final. Unfortunately, Shinosuke was unable to take the
Call
win
my
there.
boy woo
What
my
we had
kitchen the way
instead
I'm cooking
was
up the second
Fernandez
coming of
and
Christ in that
Fuentes'
motherfucker.
Iron
What is
Dog
Karius
deck, which
preaching
a lot
on
of people would
half
not
the
take it
time?
seriously coming in. Bit of a meme deck, bit of a joke deck. It's not got the best matchups. You know, matchup roulette is a phrase you'll hear a lot with it. And actually, if you can get all the way through the World Championships to the final and win, you've probably got pretty much good matchups across the board. Fernando proved everybody wrong. And Red Drago coming in, that's the deck to beat. 4 of them in top cut. Didn't even get to the final.
Wow, amazing. Tell me about Pokemon Go. I know there's a lot to talk
Oh,
about.
tell me
not
about
just what
Pokemon
happened
Go.
with the championships, but there's more
Gore
information
was
that you guys
watching the
can do.
Pokemon Go play one and was like, I'm watching grown men rapidly click on a screen and sometimes swipe. Hi, Black Bean!
Those sounded epic, and on our side, we had a trainer literally go from 0 wins in 2023.
And I don't know, that just made me laugh. I was like, yep, that's pretty much it.
World champion. That is Yakai right there. Our first ever
Ooh,
APAC
Boo and
region.
Basil are going to San Japan. We could go to San Japan. Gore, do you want to go to San Japan? It's at the end of the month. It's in San Antonio.
But he's also probably the most talented team builder and team composition reader there is.
We can bring Bunny to meet Boo and Basil. I wish I could watch, but I I need to go to work. That's okay. That's okay. I would love to go to Japan. Gore, it's not in Japan. It's in San Antonio. It's called San Japan. It's in San Antonio. It's in San Antonio.
Lurgan Rocket, out of pocket, our North American international champion.
San Japan.
We had an awesome
Boo and Basil are gonna be there. We could bring Bunny to meet them.
That's amazing. Yes, I mean they qualified 2 years in a row, so they had to.
Oh my
qualify
God.
Through the APAC qualifier, so they did do well in that.
I
but
can't
in
stand
last
you.
Year's Worlds, they went 0-2 and 0-4. They didn't win a single game.
Oh,
and
man.
This time, they didn't drop a single match. Going all the way through the winner's side of the bracket, Inadequence was unable to reset the bracket. So
It's at the end of the month.
zero to
It's from the
hero.
30th
It is
to the
an
1st.
amazing Pokemon journey.
That is incredible. I mean, that makes me feel like maybe I could win. You know what? I think I can't, actually. Pokemon
Basil's
Unite
going to
was
San Japan. Yeah, Boo and Basil are.
insane.
They just
We had
announced it.
Another sort of number streak that was broken. We have only had a victor from North America. Both of our world championships were won by Luminosity. This year, day 1, the former world champs knocked out of the tournament. Early in the day, we found out that we would not have a 3-peat champion on our hands. In fact, it was going to have to be a region that had never made it to a grand finals before.
Pokemon Go's account accidentally posted the trailer earlier and then deleted the post.
They have looked insane all year. It feels like Unite
Oh
is
my God.
exploding in Japan.
Hold on,
The
gang.
players are getting incredible, and Fennel was a team to look out
Hold
for.
on,
We
gang.
also had
Hold on. How did they do that? I think this is just the part of the trailer, but for Pokemon Go. I think this is just the Pokemon Go part of the trailer. Yeah. That's so funny, though. I'm watching it on Twitter. That's why the quality's ass. that Eternius? That looks like Eternius. God, that's so fucking funny. Why would they do that? Eternius? Yeah. Whole ass company, gang. Whole ass company.
This early team fusion, the first team to
Hold on, I'm catching back up to where we were.
We were tracking throughout the weekend. Tord Reklev was 1 match point away from making it into
Oh my god. Also, if you see my mouse, it's because I'm on Twitter.
Was very, very close. We saw Vance Kelly in day 2. We had a bunch
Eternamax is what it is.
runs. They all fell a little short. But I got to ask you a question, Sprags, while we're here. This is
Supposedly it's 4 minutes away.
I do, yeah.
Did we have any Mamoswine on stream?
Or 10 minutes, maybe.
So, last year this question was asked, and I said,
so we're getting the Dynamax feature in Go, is what it is. That's what the announcement is for Pokemon Go today, is that we're getting the Dynamax feature. Looks like also Pokemon Pocket will be coming in October. They already uploaded that. They uploaded Pokemon TCG Pocket on mobile already, and it's set as coming soon with the expected date to be Halloween of this year. Nice.
This year wins the entire thing. That's right. Mamoswine, a Pokemon that everyone has loved and Unite, never found its place in the
We're also getting a Nintendo Direct tomorrow. They said join us tomorrow at 3 p.m. PT for a tour of the Nintendo Museum that's scheduled to open the fall of 2024 in Kyoto, Japan. The Nintendo's Museum Direct live stream will last roughly 10 minutes. Pocket's probably going to release after this? No, I don't think they would have put it for October if they were planning on releasing it later today.
A former world champion and Wolf Glick make it to the top 32 of the tournament.
But no, so we're getting a Direct tomorrow, but it's just to talk about the Nintendo Museum, I think.
And it created a window for a lot of fun new players, despite the big names not doing so well.
That's so funny.
The quality of play has really never been higher, so I think everyone's probably looking at this tournament and think, oh man.
If my Miraidon missed a Draco Meteor in Worlds Finals, I'm releasing it in the parking lot afterwards. You're not gonna have a home after this. Uh-oh. Alright, it's time. Yeah, that's a $30,000 miss. You're getting put down like old Yeller in the parking lot. Release? Absolutely not. You're not getting released. I'm putting a shotgun to the back of your dragon head. You lost me 30K. You're getting shot execution style in the parking lot. That 30 seconds was not 30 seconds. But it's fine. I'm not gonna complain about the news coming faster. A single mom who works 2 jobs, who loves her Pokemon and will never stop. With gentle hands and the heart of a fighter. She's a Pokemon world champion. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I want to discuss the future. Don't. No. Don't look back on the weekend. I want to discuss the future. Fuck the weekend. I watched the weekend. I want to look at the future. Which, by the way, a girl I went to high school with is at Worlds right now. She's not competing. She's just going as a spectator. But that's how I found out that Worlds was in Honolulu. When she posted a video of her in Honolulu with the Pokemon mascots, and I was like, what? I saw it on fucking Snapchat or Instagram. I saw it on Instagram stories, and I was like, huh? I could have gone? It was in the US? I could have just flown there? I've also never been to Hawaii. I've been avoiding going to Hawaii because I know like the natives don't want us there. And so I really want a vacation there one day, but I've been putting it off because I know the natives don't want us there, but I think the natives would understand if it was for Pokemon. So I would have gone if I had known. Get it, girls! And Pikachu. That would have been me. Oh, they sold the pool things? Look, I respect the natives. But I think the natives would understand. I see a lot of Maori tattoos in this video. I think they would understand. Is all I'm trying to say. Also, I will only stay where Worlds is. I promise I won't go anywhere else. I won't fuck with any of their shit. I'll just hang out around Worlds. Is what I'll do. Those are grown-ass men tapping real fast, huh? That's crazy. Look, I just want the unique... I just want the... Yeah, those! I want the plushies that they only sell at Worlds! I want to see the drone show in person! I feel like it would blow my fucking world. I feel like it would blow my ass cheeks straight off my body. Sir Shabby, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I hope you're having a great day. Or I guess night. It's almost fucking 11 p.m. over here. I wanna drown in Pokemon. Pokemon makes me so happy. I wanna drown in Pokemon. Oh yeah, fuck it up. Fuck it up. Fuck it up, Stitch. Get it, get it, get it, get it. I love that emote. That emote's so cute. Look, I need y'all to know though, if I ever get to go to Worlds one day, even if it's just as a spectator, I will sit in the crowd and I will probably cry the whole time. Like, the moment I walk in, I will probably be full sobbing. Like, hardcore tears, snot, ugly crying. It sucks when the only thing that will be available is the championship decks that they're sold in Target. Yeah. I really want some of the unique plushies, honestly, that they... And I know that the only way I'm gonna get them is from fucking scalpers, and I don't support scalpers, so I'm not buying them, but I'm mad about it. I'll buy the champion deck, though.
What an event! The memories from this weekend will be treasured. I know I personally am so
We love ugly crying, Peach. You do not. You might watch me ugly cry right now. Depending on what the fuck happens in what we're about to get announced. I need you to know right now, if we get a regional form or an evolution for Noivern, you will watch me hardcore cry right now. Like, I will start actually sobbing. Yeah, I also want that shirt. It's a cute shirt. If I ever go, I'll message you and buy you something. I would fucking kiss you on the lips. I love Pokemon so much. You're very welcome, sir. I would get on my hands and knees and start sucking dicks. Everybody in the fucking direct room, just hands, mouths, hell, they can knock me up for a second time, third time, if they would like. Sorry, I forgot, I've had 2 pregnancies. We will cry together, we will.
This has been one of our best events to date, and I am thankful to all of you for your warm support.
Okay, let's get it. Let's get it. I'm gonna turn on captions for y'all. Never mind. The captions just say mother.
And thank you to all of the staff and volunteers who
there we
worked
go.
so hard to make this event a big
I will be my firstborn! Can I volume up the video? Yeah. Is that good or is that too much?
それではポケモンの最新情報をいくつかお伝えしましょう。
Now, I would like to share some of the latest news for our Pokemon game.
Okay. I'm about to cry! I don't even know if we're getting Zod news, but I'm actually about to cry. Okay, Pokemon Go first. That's fine. God, I felt it well up in my throat. I felt it well up in my throat, and I don't even know if we're getting Zod news. God, what is wrong with me? I need y'all to know I found out I was pregnant literally while we were watching the waiting screen for a Pokemon Direct. Like, while the countdown for the Pokemon Direct was happening is when I found out I was pregnant. And then we had another Pokemon Direct like the day after Bunny was born that we watched before we went to go visit her in the NICU. So Pokemon means a lot to me. I have a lot of strong memories of Pokemon from my childhood down to giving birth to my own child and finding out I was pregnant. Pokemon is sewn into my life.
And there are still many more new features to come.
Literally, me and Gore looked at the pregnancy test, determined that it was positive, and then turned and watched the Pokemon Direct before we even talked about it. We didn't even talk about it. All right, Pokemon Go. That's fine. Yeah, Pokemon is a huge part of my life. I used to sit up early in the mornings during the summer. I'd wake up and go turn on the Pokemon movies, and I would watch them on repeat. Pokemon holds a very special place in my heart. Literally, I shit you not, I pissed on that thing and it was so faint. And I brought it to Gore and I went, it's negative. And he looked at it and went, no, honey, that's positive. And we looked at each other and then the Pokemon Direct started. So we just put the pregnancy test down on the bed and we just watched the Pokemon Direct. And then afterwards we went, okay, so how are we feeling about both the Direct and the pregnancy? Something big is coming. It's my cock. Here. Alright. Look at the little Gengar hat! Oh, that's so cute. Moripeko. Petco. Petco's coming to Pokemon Go?
And it will have the ability to change its form within a battle using a charged attack.
That one guy excited about Morpeko? Me. I mean, Morpeko's cute. I'm neither here nor there for him, though. Peach, I'm pregnant. Gore, the Direct is on Peach. Yeah, you're right. It can wait. That's pretty much the exact conversation we had, yeah. I literally went, I'm gonna take this pregnancy test while we wait for the Direct to start. And Gore went, okay. And when as I was looking at the test trying to determine if it was positive or not, Gore was going, come on, they're starting the timer for the Direct. Like, what is this? It's the end of Pokemon Worlds. They're doing the announcements for new game stuff. So we're getting new Pokemon news. Look at them holding up the little Pikachus! Oh! It's like a marriage Pikachu thing, but like they're Hawaiian, I think? Sir, why are you standing so far back off this man? You're his translator. You could stand a little closer. I don't think he's gonna like fucking smack you in the dick.
Active and passionate community, and the World Finals match yesterday was truly a testament to their spirit. And the new 500-point mode that was revealed the other day.
We're talking about Unite, which I really like Unite. I haven't played it in years, but I really did enjoy it back when it first came out, so I might get back into it one of these days. It's a lot of fun. But also, hi, welcome back, Morrison. Feel free to fish. You're not blocking anything. Shark Cadet. Pokerouge. Oh, wait. Where's the fish? Gang? The fish is there. Oh, sorry, gang. Darkrai. Is it too early? Oh, it might be. It might be. It may have not been 2 minutes yet. I didn't see that you had fished it earlier. That's on me. I love Darkrai. Darkrai's so, like... What am I looking at? Psyduck! It's Ducky's favorite. I'm kidding. Ducky's favorite is fucking, Pikachu, but she also really likes Psyduck. Look at the surfing team. Get it, gang. Somebody tell Ducky. All right, hold on. Ducky's not gonna give a shit. I'm gonna message her in all caps. Psyduck is coming to Pokemon Unite, and she's gonna be like, "Why the fuck do you think I care?" She does not play Pokemon Unite. Woohoo! Darkrai. I fished immediately when I came back. Okay, bet. I didn't see it.
Information will be coming your way in the near future. Please stay tuned.
I'm so anxious, y'all. It's sitting in my chest. I'm so anxious.
ポケモントレーディングカードゲームポケットの最新映像を
Oh,
ご
the
紹介し
pocket
ます。
card game. Okay.
And now, please take a look at this new trailer for this year's upcoming title, Pokemon Trading Card Game Pocket.
Oh my god, it's sitting in my chest. The anxiety of whether or not we're gonna get Zaw news is sitting in my chest. It hurts, gang. It physically hurts. Oh my god. It physically hurts. I'm really excited for this though, now that I've gotten into Pokemon, the card game. Oh my god, it physically hurts. My chest hurts. I'm letting myself get... I am on medication to help with my anxiety, and I am getting so anxious. What the fuck? Oh god, I'm so scared. I just... Please, Zaw news, just something. Just a taste. Just a lick, please. Another mobile app I can't install on my iPhone 7. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I've been playing so much of the online TCG. I haven't played since the last time I streamed it, but I really want to get back into it. I had a lot of fun. Thank you for the hydrate. There will be Zaw news. I need there to be Zaw news. It's sitting in my chest, man. That anxiety. It's sitting in my chest. I'm just like, oh. Ugh. Yeah, you can look inside the cards. I love that. They added like more art so you can look inside of the cards. So cool. Sorry, I'm taking a drink. I want to battle you, but I can't remember my password. Oh, I'm so sorry. I live for my Houndoom EX deck, though. I love that deck so much. I know it's not arguably that good, but I really do love it.
1996年の発売以来、世界中で楽しまれているのがポケモンカードを集めることです。
I'm excited for that though. I'm excited to get it. You look like a Houndoom person? Look, I'm gonna be so real. I'm a Noivern person. I love Houndoom though. I loved Houndoom as a kid. And then when I made this model, I went, oh no, this model looks like Houndoom. And so I made Houndoom Tragedy's partner Pokemon if she was ever in the Pokemon world. And Houndoom once again shot back up to like my top 5. God, now is not the time for an ad break! Anyways. You pound me into the dust with a worse deck. No! I wouldn't. Not as bad as the VTuber who's literally just Houndoom. Is there? Does that exist? This fall. Okay, yep, so it's coming out this October. Good. It's coming out in the fall. Love that for me. Gives me time to get better at the game before I put it on my phone. Oh, Onita's in the crowd.
Next, we'd like to share some news about the Pokemon trading card game.
Okay, that's fine. I'm ready.
So please have a look at this video.
Which VTuber is just Houndoom? I don't think I know that one. Oh god, why were we stuttering for a second there? Oh, it's a baby! The cinnamon roll tail. Lily! I love Lily! Get him, Lils! Lily's Clefable? Or Clefairy? Oh. Wait, we're getting cards for the players, like for the characters and their partner Pokemon. I love that, actually. Marnie's Grimdark. Grimmsnarl. Oh. I love that. Oh, Shampoo. Shampoo. Get it, gang! God, I love Pokemon so much. I love the animations. In? God, absolutely would. Why is she looking at me like that? This slaps, actually. It is like peak character design. Talk to the wall. If you disagree, talk to the wall. Yes! I need more dark types. Yes! It's an EX? Wow, that card's fucking gorgeous. I want that card so bad. That card's gorgeous. And I need that fucking Zoroark. I need more dark types for my Houndoom EX stat. I need that. Oh my god. That's so good. That's so good for me. I was literally just talking to Gore about the fact that I don't feel like there are enough dark type cards that are allowed to be played in the current iteration of the card game. And I'm so excited for that, for the idea of that. Yeah, I'm surprised I haven't done Trainers Pokemon before, but I'm really glad they're doing it. That in Reshiram card is gorgeous. I need that card just because of the way it looks. I don't think I'd ever play it, but like, that card is absolutely gorgeous. That art style is heat, yeah, it really is. Have they done Trainers Pokemon? Like with the trainer on the card before?
Now we're about to close out our event here in Honolulu. I would like to take a look at the future of the Pokemon
Please.
World Championships.
Oh,
Let's see
fuck.
where we're going next.
Damn it! No Zanus. Are we gonna be in America again? Spain? I don't think we're getting any Zanus, gang. I'm trying to tell from the architecture. Italy. That's America. Is it gonna be held in California this year? Or next year? Because if so, I'll go. Oh my god, it's gonna be held in California next year. Yes! Fuck yes! Anaheim. Fuck yes. Okay, I'll be there. I've got family in California. I'll be there. I'll be there. Anaheim's fine with me. What? Time to climb up the TCG ranks. I mean, I was just gonna go as a spectator, Ducky. I don't think I'm good enough for, oh, the Chase Center? Okay, okay. San Francisco. Okay, I can do that. I'll find a way. So we're doing Anaheim and San Francisco back to back. So we're getting California 2 years in a row. Yeah, that's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. That's good for me, though. I'll fly to California. Fuck yeah. I'll be there.
Thank you.
Fuck.
Thank you, everyone, for always supporting Pokemon.
This is why my chest hurt, because I think a part of me knew I was about to be disappointed. Don't wave! Give me Zanus! Don't wave! I need Zanus! Don't wave at me! Please, God!
Thank you so much, Mr. Ishihara!
I'm gonna cry. I'm so disappointed.
As the 2024 Pokemon World Championships draw to a close,
I'm so disappointed.
we leave more fulfilled and inspired than ever before. We've
This
crowned new
fucking
world champions
sucks.
and made new friendships and memories that will last a lifetime. The future
Fucking
of Pokemon
sucks,
shines
man.
bright, with the
This
2025
fucking
season coming
sucks.
quickly on the horizon.
I wanted Zanus.
A
This
heartfelt thank
fucking
you to our gracious hosts
sucks.
in Hawaii for the unforgettable.
Ugh.
Thank you all for your unwavering support. Of
Get that man back on the stage or make him give me
next time,
Zanus, you
trainers,
fuckers.
Stay strong, stay passionate, and we'll see you in the next chapter of our incredible journey. Bye for now.
Man, this fucking sucks. They put that Quagsmire in a shirt. That's pretty fucking cute. My feelings are hurt. It's been 6 months since we got any fucking Za news. My feelings are fucking hurt, gang. My feelings are fucking hurt, gang. It's been 6 months. It has been 6 fucking months since we got a single ounce of Za news. My feelings are fucking hurt. Oh. I want to go to bed. I'm like so disappointed. I want to go to bed. Have you ever been so disappointed that you just want to go to fuck to sleep? Because I never have been, but I am now. Like, I have never been this disappointed, but I am so disappointed that I want to go to bed. I want to go to bed and just pretend that just fucking pretend like none of this happened. You have to look at the bright side. What's the bright side, Ducky? What's the bright side, Ducky? It means they're actually working at Za. Gore, we have to go to San Japan. Zen's gonna be there. I want to meet Zen. Please. Please. Please, can we go to San Japan? Please. Please. I want to go meet the toaster lizard. Please. Please. Okay. Okay, I'll accept that. I'll accept that answer. I'll accept that answer. She's not a dog. Don't make her beg. Look, I know they're working on Za. I know they are, which means there's enough work finished that I should be allowed to have some crumbs. I am laying underneath the table. I am begging for crumbs, and they are notoriously clean eaters. This is the worst day of my life. Like, this is quite literally, unironically, the worst day of my life. They eat so cleanly, and I just want the crumbs. Like, I legitimately feel like a dog laying underneath the high chair of an infant who is, like, surprisingly good at eating. Like, this infant has never been good at eating in the past, but right now, they are eating so cleanly that I don't even get a drop, and I hate this. 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 I hate it here. I hate this. This is the fucking worst. I just want just a little bit of news. It doesn't even have to be anything like substantial. I just want something new. Please, just show me something new. Please, for the love of God, just show me something new. I just need something new. I'm distraught. I am distraught. I was really hoping that we'd at least just get something small, something minuscule, just like a, hey, we're still working on it. Like, Peaches and Heat, I mean, yes, but like, not like that. Thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. I just fixed my posture, so I'm just gonna take a drink, but... Just show me a little bit. Just show me a little bit. Just show me just a little. You can just show me a fucked up half-finished model. The internet would lose their shit and they'd be like, oh, this game's gonna be trash, and I would break down on my knees and sob for you. Like, simple as that. Like, I'd get on my hands and knees and I'd lay it down. I'd lay myself down. Like, I'm so sad. My chest hurts. I'm gonna go to bed, chat. I was gonna keep playing, but my chest hurts. I'm going to bed. I'm face down ass up for some Zon news. I really am. I really am, man. I'll go grab Shigeru Miyamoto right now and make him give us some information. And he'll be like, that's not even my franchise. And I'll just keep torturing him until he gives me something. Yeah, you know what? I'll take it. Whatever, man. This hurts. My chest hurts. This is the pain we must pay for in order to get full, complete games. I mean, I know it is. But I just need something. Leaks claim that the game's not even supposed to come out until next summer, like next August. And I don't think I can keep going with no news until next August. I don't think I can. I don't think I can keep going with no news until into the next year when they finally decide to drop some news on me because the game comes out in 4 months. I don't think I can do that. I can't even play Gen 9. I know. I hate Gen 9, Dougie. You're talking to another hater. You're talking to another hater. Did you see the first Zoth fake leaks? I did, and one of them claimed that Noivern's getting an evolution, and I don't think it's true, but by God, I would fucking suck so much cock if it was. I waited so long for Elden Ring. See, I didn't wait for Elden Ring. I didn't even know what it was until like a week before it came out. So I did not feel that struggle. My heart hurts. I quite literally... I have a heart condition. Pokemon is triggering my heart condition by not giving me any news. I have a heart condition, and Pokemon is fucking with my heart condition by not giving me any fucking news. Firebringer Axel, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Sue Pokemon. I'm gonna sue Pokemon. My chest hurts, chat. I wish this was a fucking joke, but it's not. My chest fucking hurts. I was hoping that there would be news so badly. Pokemon! 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 Oh, I'm actually like in tears. I'm so upset about this. Hi, Drakina. Hi. Somebody claiming the rival was gonna pick their starter before you. That would be whack, actually. My chest. I know I keep saying my chest hurts. I'm being so dead ass when I say that. Actually, my chest legitimately does hurt. I'm actually like disappointed. I'm actually so sad. I have not been let down this severely since my last boyfriend cheated on me, if you want me to be 100% with you. I have not been this let down since... Honestly, yeah, honestly, I have not been this let down since my cousin tried to flirt with me and asked me out on a date while I was sick with COVID. I have not been this let down since I got COVID and tried to eat curly fries from Arby's or curly fries from a Jack in the Box, and they just tasted like grease. I have not been this let down since my white supremacist roommate got out of his 606 hold in the mental institution and came back home. I have not been this let down. Damn, that got so real. Look, I am distraught. Local dog left literally heartbroken by the Pokemon Company. It's so true. I have not been this let down.
Don't fuck with me. I have the power of God and anime on my side.
Carius. Carius. Hi, baby. Hi. Hi. How was your stream? You have fun? I hope you had fun. I was literally about to end stream. I'm on the verge of a heart attack, actually. Cedric fuck me. Welcome to the farm. Welcome to the farm! Jesus, welcome to the dog pound. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Kisses for you. I'm actually losing my mind. I'm like on the verge of a heart attack. Call me Say, happily. I was watching the Pokemon Championship. For those of you who just popped in, hi, my name is Tragedy. Everybody just calls me Peach. I'm a cyberpunk dog VTuber who's currently back in my Pokemon obsession era. We were watching the Pokemon Championships, and we were watching the news that got dropped after the Pokemon Championships, and there was no Zon news, and I am literally so heartbroken that my heart rate is at 190, and I might be on the verge of an actual heart attack. Arabian sand boas are marked as the derpiest animals on Earth. Yes, that is true, and they are ridiculously adorable. Pokemon has caused you so much pain, you've reverted to cow. Yeah, I'm about to go to the farm upstate. I am literally distraught. I was actually just telling chat that I don't think I've been this let down since my cousin tried to fuck me while I had COVID. Or possibly since my white supremacist roommate came back home from the mental institutional hold that the cops put him under. Or the last time a significant other cheated on me. I'm getting roughly the same feelings. I'm in cold sweats. My heart is racing. I can hear it in my ears. I am distressed. I am losing my shit. I am grieving. It has been 6 months since the last time I got Pokemon Za news, and I am in deep grief. I am in deep grief. They be the living sock puppets. They are. They make great pets. I mean, most snakes make great pets, but yeah. Oh yeah, you just said that. I'm missing critical information. No. I just gave you all the information that you need. That is all of the information that you need. But no, I was actually about to raid out myself because chat's starting to be concerned for my well-being. But no, that is the information. Honestly. Okay, I was gonna say something. Chat, I'm gonna say something right now. And those of you who don't know me, please don't freak out. Those of you who do know me, please don't freak out. I don't think I've been this let down since I had a miscarriage. I'm gonna be so real with you. I think the lack of Pokemon news levels with the pain I felt having a miscarriage at like 19. I'm gonna level those pretty equally right now. To be fair, I also had black mold poisoning at the time. So, life was already not great. Life right now is perfect. It's fantastic. I'm very happy. However, Pokemon has just shot me back to 2018. And I feel like I have black mold poisoning all over again. This is the fucking worst, gang. Also, good night, Nico. I love you. Have a good night. I'm grieving. I need y'all to know, I was so excited. I pulled all my Pokemon merch into my arms. I have my Ditto in my chair. I am hugging my Build-A-Bear Munchlax. I've got my Noivern Pokeball sitting next to me. I've got my Noivern and Noibat clips like on my PC. Like, I was so ready. I was so ready for just a fucking smeg balls of news. I would have taken dick cheese level of news. Like, you could have scraped the cheese out of a foreskin and drew Pikachu in it, and I would have taken it. I would have taken it gladly. And yet here I am, newsless and sad and distraught. So I need to go to bed. It's 11:30 p.m. Stop having expectations. I will never stop having expectations for the company that makes my favorite game of all time. Say what you will, but I will always hold them to the highest of standards, and I will always be excited for the things that they create. Sugimori took Peach out behind the barn, shot her in the head, and left her still alive body just sitting there. Yeah, pretty much. You know that scene in Old Yeller where they take the dog out back and they just pop him? I'm that. But if Old Yeller survived and was just laying and bleeding out in the mud. That's really how I feel right now. A Pokemon Company has betrayed me today. I would say, honestly, this level of betrayal was almost as bad as I felt when I loaded up Scarby and the game played like shit. I'm gonna sign those up as almost equal levels of betrayal. I don't think I've felt this much betrayal in many a year. Anyways, I've just given my raiders so much unnecessary information about me. Hi. It's nice to meet you. I am deeply grieving. No, you're absolutely correct, Gore. This is my 9/11. I'm gonna be so honest. This is my 9/11. I was one when 9/11 happened. I don't recall it. This, however, the Pokemon company just hit my Twin Towers. You know, I think I should probably stop while I'm ahead, even though I'm not ahead. I think I've just dug myself halfway to hell. But I'm genuinely, like, distraught. You are older, old man. Old man. Old man VTuber. Karius is walking around here with a cane and a jar of pickles, shaking it at the kids in his lawn. I'm, like, ruining Ducky's night right now. I think I'm ruining everybody's night right now. Karius, thank you so much for trusting me with your community. I am so sorry to immediately traumatize them the moment they step foot in my house. The moment they step foot in my dog house, they were immediately bit in the ankles. And I don't mean to bite. It happens sometimes. I'm working on it. I don't know why I bite. Or whatever the fuck that line is from Isle of the Dogs. I've only watched that movie once. I got the fucking walker with the golf balls on it. Oh, so you're like a tripping hazard. Like, you're gonna slip on the floor. Pikachu used self-destruct inside of Peach's brain. Can Pikachu even learn self-destruct? I fucking hate Pikachu. I actually have no idea. They hear equally atrocious shit from me? Okay, good. Here, if it'll make you feel better, just wrap yourself around in my titties a little bit, chat. Just smack your face in there a little bit, and then all will be forgiven. That's usually how this works. I just let you, like, stick your face straight in the center, and I just wiggle them around a little bit until I smack your ears with enough tit fat that you just forget everything you just heard. They step foot in there and there's piss all over the floor and you're just laying in it all sad. Yeah, somebody needs to drag me out of that doghouse and spray me down, because I really did just piss and shit everywhere and then just decided my life was over. That does make me feel better, actually, yes! Good. That makes me happy. Anyways, I do actually need to go to bed. My chest is actually starting to hurt. I actually did get, like, riled up. I'm almost embarrassed to admit it. I have a chronic illness. For those of you who are new, hi. I actually have a heart condition. So when I do get emotional, it does make my chest hurt. I am feeling that right now. Oh, Faded Night, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the dog pound. I hope you're having a fantastic night. But yeah. I am actually, like, having chest pain. Yeah, I don't have keys to jingle, so I'm just gonna jangle my boobs around instead, and it'll just work. Don't fucking ad break me right before I raid out. That's... Alright, I'll sit here until the ad break's over. I'll have a staring contest. Chat, you wanna have a staring contest with me? Oh, wait, nope. That's my boobs. Sorry. Alright, chat, you wanna have a staring contest while I wait for... What do you see, chat? What do you see? Look, Noibat's looking at you too. I literally have my AC pointed directly into my eyes. This is the... this is the worst! Okay. Oh, fuck. Oh, it hurts. Okay. Okay. Oh, it hurts! I can't. The AC's right in my eyes. Ugh. Ah! Okay. Anyways, titties for you, chat. Anyways, where are we at in the ad break? Can you see me yet? Hello? Hello? Oh, here I go. Hey, y'all wanna check out my shoes? Pretty sick, yeah? Shoes are pretty cool, huh? I think the shoes are pretty sick. I think they're pretty nice kicks. If you want me to be completely honest with you, I think they're pretty sick ass kicks. I think they look real nice. I got tiny ass ankles though. It's because I got paws in these. I got paws in these shoes. I don't have normal human feet. I got paws in these shoes, which is why I have such thin ankles. I actually, the paws like stop like right around like the second loop. I stuff the ends of the shoes with like wrapping paper, like tissue paper that you put in like birthday gifts. Don't worry about it though. Don't worry about it though. Hi, I'm back. Hey gang. Hey gang. Some boss boots? Hell yeah, thank you. They can't be good for your feet? I'm not worried about it. Dogs don't get ingrown toenails, so I'm fine. Alright. It comes free when you buy them too. Yeah. See, you get the vibe. Oh god, okay. We're gonna go raid Somni because she just had a birthday party recently that I was a part of. She's playing ZZZ. I don't play ZZZ, but you're allowed to play ZZZ if you want to play ZZZ. I'm gonna go ZZZ and get my heart rate down because I'm having a fucking ZZZ mental breakdown. But thank you guys for coming. Karius, thank you so much for the raid. I give you smooches on your little big fat ass head. Enjoy your fat ass head smooches. The rest of y'all, be good. Thank you. I'll see y'all tomorrow. I'll probably fucking torture myself with more Pokemon. Bye. Bye everyone. Bye.